Good afternoon, everyone. Starting in about 1 minute. All right, so we are officially beginning our meeting today. Welcome. Today is Thursday, June 6, 2024. Our first meeting of the evening is our ad hoc superintendent search and selection committee meeting. And this meeting is now called to order, and we'll entertain a roll call of the committee.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, the first item on the agenda is items for consideration. Item B1, timeline and process. The recommended action is discussion or consideration of a timeline and process. And before we hear a motion, I just wanted to share that we will be taking a look at 2 timelines. Are they on the as a presentation, or?
They're on there as backup, just backup documents.
Okay. Okay, so this information can be found as backup documents in board docs. And is there a motion? Okay. Or to even engage in conversation, correct, or?
So you can engage in conversation without a motion?
Okay.
Or if someone would like to make a motion on either option A or option B. I don't have it.
Okay.
It's on
It's in the document. Scroll down, go back. Open the document, open the one that says timeline. Oh, I see, okay. I can scroll. I didn't even.
Okay. Okay, so you all, if we can, and if there's any way, I guess that we can either put it up on the screen or have it as, okay. All right. Okay. Yes. Please and thank you. Okay, while we wait, I will still just kind of read through the information that we have here. If you those who are on the committee, if you will just follow along with me, and I believe that I'm sure Ms. Arman will come back and bring us some visuals. So if you take a look here, option A of a timeline from this point forward or from Monday forward includes opening the applications on June 10th. That means closing the application window and allowing them to be visible, or at least allowing SSA Consulting to be able to open the applications. Then giving our consulting firm, SSA, the opportunity to confirm the applications and confirm that they are complete, and then redact any confidential information on June 11th. And then to send the redacted applications to the board members on June 11th. And then to post the redacted applications on our website by June 12th, allowing the public to be able to view. And then following up with an agenda that will be posted for our special meeting, and that agenda would be posted on June 14th, which would be by that Friday. And then on June 17th is actually our holiday. That's the Juneteenth holiday observance, so we will not be available on that day. But then to host the special meeting to discuss the applications and determine who should be able to interview, to discuss the interview dates and the procedures on June 18th, and then to conduct the initial interviews, whether we decide to do live or virtual as an option, and then select the semifinalists on June 20th, with possibly a meet and greet for the public on June 26th, and then to have live interview of finalists on June 27th, and then a selection of a superintendent on July 1st. Before we go on to option B, Ms. Arman. Oh, okay, excellent. All right, so it is up on the screen. Let's take a look at option B. Okay, option B offers the following: to open the applications, or SSA to number one, say that the deadline has ended to submit applications and allow them to access the applications on June 10th. That SSA, our consultant firm, would confirm the applications are complete and redact confidential information on June 12th. And then to redact the applications, send those redacted applications to board members on June 12th. And then also to post them on the district website for public view on June 12th. Of course, as we mentioned before, on Monday, June 17th, that is a holiday and the district will be closed. So on June 18th, to post the special meeting agenda, and then on June 20th, to host the special meeting, and then on June 25th, to conduct initial interviews, whether they be live or virtual, and to select the finalist. And then on June 28th, to have our live interviews of the finalists, and then to select the superintendent again on July 1st. And before we go any further, Mr. Shamlin or Ms. Slaughter, did you have anything that you would like to add in regards to this?
I'll simply add, we had some discussion, Ms. Slaughter, myself, and board leadership, or at least Ms. Powell, about the fact that per statutory requirements, we do have to wait 30 days from the running of the last ad, which in this case is May 29th, before any board action can be taken to fill the position. And we vetted that with special counsel, who's done this a number of times. He is comfortable that our process is legal and it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and before we go into the selection process, is there any conversation on the timeline? Ms. Soule.
I think they both look feasible. If I have to pick one, I'd go with option B.
In the queue.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to hear from our consultant, Ms. Slaughter, about kind of the differences between the two options. I tend to think that A looks a little too aggressive, but I think that B still looks also kind of aggressive in terms of notice to people to travel down here, be prepared, and whatnot. We're basically under option B. We're selecting, looks like we're down selecting from whatever initial group that we picked to do virtual interviews with on like the 25th, and then expecting them to be here in Baton Rouge on the 28th.
Correct.
And that seems like a really kind of a aggressive timeline, which might make it difficult for the candidates to have adequate time to prepare for that kind of presentation. So could you speak to that, please?
I sure could. I think that as you analyze the different the two options, you will recognize exactly the kind of thing that you just mentioned, Mr. Martin. And I think that that's what we are hoping you will talk about and think about. And I'm here to answer any questions that you have, and I would love to know why you selected one over the other. Your observation is correct. And so if a candidate was invited to come in in that option on that particular date, they would pretty much need to be available for 3 days. Now, during that time period, they could meet and greet. They could, we could structure their time, or we could leave their time open. But that really pushes everything there. I think both timelines were sensitive to the fact that in our experience, you want to leave as little time as possible between your interview and selection of final candidates. And that I will just tell you from a professional standpoint, for the candidate's sake, for your sake, for the public's sake, the further you go away from the actual final interview and any kind of discussion, the foggier memories get.
Sure.
So that part's
No,
important.
I think that part, the tight timeline between, say, June 28th and July 1st, I think that makes perfect
Correct.
sense to
Right.
me. I think, having myself been through, job interviews of this magnitude, in other parts of the country, the day, it says live interview of finalists, that's not, and please correct me, but that's not like we have an hour interview and then we're done, correct? I mean, those tend to be, meetings with various stakeholder groups, and it's a kind of a whole day of interviews for.
It can be.
Yeah.
It can be.
Okay. And Madam President, do we know yet what we're planning to look like, on that day, or,
So that's something that we can discuss as of today. I do know that in the past, just in viewing the videos and things that have been placed on board docs or what have you, that live interview would take place or has taken place in a panel such as this. Am I correct, Mr. Shamlin? So it was not an all day, but we can choose to do that if we like.
Or you can structure opportunities. We have a meet and greet opportunity in there, but, we've seen other school systems, other districts, even in Louisiana, have an opportunity for various groups to come in and meet candidates. I think that our outside counsel in preparatory conversations for today talked about actually having a large auditorium type setting where if you had 1, 2, 3 candidates, they would have a table and the public could come in and visit with them. Their CV might be available. So there are many variations on this. It's a big decision. So we want to make sure we meet your needs as the committee of the board and the board as a whole, as well as the public.
I know at LSU, when I've seen, selection processes for even positions that are not as highly paid and as crucial as this one, it's not at all uncommon for the applicant to have like a meeting with the direct reports, and then a meeting with a group of teachers, for example, or a meeting with other executives, so that there'd be like, in this case, like a board interview, and an interview with the people that would be reporting to the superintendent, perhaps an interview with the business community, an interview with the community activist kind of groups. Can I suggest that we schedule a further meeting of the search committee, maybe, after next week, right at the start of this, basically, where we can settle on that process before we even have before we've even selected down selected the folks. I don't know where we might fit that in the timeline. We might have to work on that. Y'all may need to meet without me since I'm going to be gone next week. But I think that's an important opportunity to make sure that the public is fully engaged with this, and not just the public en masse in some big group, although that may be part of it. But to go back to this, so I'd like to encourage us, Madam President, to really flesh that out in more detail, and then. I think from the timeline perspective, one of the things I've generally seen with major searches is there's an expectation that at some point as part of that, the candidates would give a presentation about what their vision is, what their thoughts are about why, and it's not just, oh, here's why you should pick me in an ordinary job interview. It's what am I going to do to drive change in this district to benefit the kids that most need help. And so with this kind of timeline, everybody selected just for the initial interviews got to either prepare one and start being prepared, or the candidates we pick have 2 days realistically to throw that together. And I just don't know that lets us get the full sense of the candidate.
We can certainly ask candidates who make it to a semifinal round to be prepared for that. And we have the opportunity to give candidates enough advance notice because of where you are right now. So I don't think that would be a problem. I think you want to hear their vision somehow through that semifinal selection, whether it's written on paper or it's a video interview. But I think you're going to want to know a lot of those same things. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. So Ms. Slaughter, you're generally comfortable with this timeline, recognizing it's a little bit aggressive, but you think this is doable and will give us an opportunity to have a viable view of the potential candidates?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I do think that we have time to come back, as you said, and structure how you would want the public, various groups. I know in an academic setting, it's a very robust process. You get someone to campus, and they're yours. And we've done that in similar searches. So, but we do have time to do that.
Okay.
But I do think selecting which timeline overall you like best is important, so that we can alert candidates, the public will know what to expect, et cetera.
No, I agree. I think option B just seems a little more realistic, just even that extra day here and there. It's not a lot, but I think it makes it more likely that we'll actually meet those dates rather than get to us, oh, wait, it took an extra day to redact, it took whatever. So I like option B a little bit better. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go on to Ms. Stewart's comment, I just wanted to share two things. The first is that on June 28th is actually a Friday that our district office is normally closed. One of the conversations that I've had with Mr. Shamlin is if we decide to go with option B, then of course there would be some type of flex time that's worked out for those who are having to assist us on their off day. Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Looking at both options, as my colleagues mentioned, that the timelines are very close for both. But of course, one of the main components that I see that's interesting that I would like to see happen is the public engagement, or the persons meeting with,
Yes.
the public or groups and things like that. I think that's very important.
Good.
So, which is option A. And I say that to say both the timelines are, pretty close. But as you mentioned, those candidates that are interested can create their schedule to be available for those days. And I'm assuming this type of position, they should be.
Yes.
So,
Yes,
that's it.
and I think you're right, and we can fill this in based on your comments. We can build some straw man sort of options for you, once we know what you're interested in.
Thank you. I did not mean to enter the queue, but since I did, I will also ask this as well. I know that there has been conversation about possibly telling the candidates, once we have selected who our semifinalists are, to be prepared to have certain days open, so that way they can make those arrangements.
Right.
Yes. Okay.
That's very common in searches. And good candidates want to know. They really do like the confidence of these are the target dates that I'm trying to hit, and they'll meet your needs. They're very interested, very
Thank you.
highly motivated at that point.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. I've heard the word semifinalist used. Are we using that interchangeably with finalists? Because there's no semifinalist in this.
It should be the initial applicants. So where you see
You're calling the initial applicants
the ones that,
semifinalists?
so where you see for, looks like June 18th to discuss applicants and who should be able to interview, that would be the ones that, if you take a look at the process, in the process, we would determine which names we're going to nominate that would actually go on record as those that we would interview. And we did not use finalists in that. Maybe we should have, or maybe we should have used candidates.
What we're talking about when we say semifinalists.
So it's those people that once we have viewed their application, we want to have an initial interview with them.
Okay.
I think we should change the wording so that it doesn't give any more confusion. I understood it, but yes, it will give some type of confusion.
Yeah.
I think we should.
So,
Good idea.
I think we can maybe move some dates. I kind of like the approach of option A better, just way I envision it. I think the initial interviews would be all virtual so that everybody's on an even playing field. And then once we select finalists, those are the people that would, come for the, whether we want them to come in for 2 days or 3 days. I think 2 days may be enough, as long as we do have a meet and greet. But, this is a board timeline, so as far as any stakeholder groups, I don't know if we need to necessarily have that on our timeline, but if we allow enough time,
Right.
they can schedule, those stakeholder groups can reach out either through SSA or
We're happy to coordinate that, Mr.
to
Ballou.
coordinate their time while they're in town. But that's just my thoughts. I think if we went with option B, it sounds like the initial interviews and the finalists are all kind of compact, and we may be, wasting some of the interviewees' time by having them, come in and when they could do the initial interview by virtual. I'd like to limit, the stakeholder meetings and kind of more interaction with the actual finalists. I think that would work better. That's just my opinion.
Thank you. So what I've heard so far is that we would change wording where it says candidates, agenda posted for special meeting to discuss applications, set interview dates, procedures. Then when we get down to discuss applications and who to interview, so we need to possibly change that to who should be semifinalists instead of whom to interview. Okay, all right. Right, select semifinalists instead of who to interview. Okay, and then conduct initial interviews, we should say conduct initial interviews of semifinalists and select finalists. Okay, all right, and
Do you think we should just automatically indicate it virtual?
talk on the mic.
Do you think we should indicate it virtually and just make that automatic virtual rather than giving them an option, because it says at the option of the applicant? So just go
The
ahead.
third item on the agenda tonight is to actually
Oh.
make that decision, but
Oh, well, we
it
can
will
do
be
that.
considered.
We're talking about it now.
Right. So then we know already that that's what we're leaning toward is virtual for round one, which would be semifinalist virtual interviews. Okay, so let's look quickly at the process, since of course I think these are both the same item, am I correct? Okay, so the process says selection of candidates for round one of interviews for superintendent. And here is the recommended selection, and of course, feel free to push back, you guys. I'm open to whatever we decide to do as a group. Following a review of the applications, each board member will nominate up to 5 names on the form provided by the board secretary. So the form will have all of the names of the completed applicants. Okay? The board president will read the nominations into the record publicly. Then the board secretary and consultant, which is Ms. Slaughter, will tally the nominations and announce the results of whom we've decided will be our semifinalists. So we need to find a way to put that in that wording, that what we're doing is selecting the semifinalists. Okay, and from these results, the board will invite the top 3 candidates from those receiving a minimum of 3 votes to proceed to round 1 of the interviews. If no candidate receives a minimum of 3 votes, the top 5 candidates will proceed to round 1 of interviews. And this is for the semifinalist round. This is round 1. Okay, comments. Okay, it looks like I still had Mr. Ballou and Ms. Souley. I'm sorry, I forgot to go back to you.
That's okay.
Okay.
I was simply going to say, I'm cool with A, based on the things that Ms. Stewart was saying about making sure the community has enough time. I was leaning towards B because I liked having a little bit more space between everything, but wasn't thinking about the fact that the staff's off on Fridays, so that may put a kink in it.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Ms. Stewart. The meet and greet, I like that concept. I wonder if we really, it looks like we're fighting really hard to get everything done before the end of June. And I know we've got the July 4th, holiday the following week
Yeah.
after that, but I wonder if we can't have a little more of the flexibility and just an extra day or two if we were to and not avoid making our staff work on a day that they're scheduled to be off by perhaps having that live interview of finalists on that Monday instead of the Friday, right? The Monday after that Friday.
Yeah.
So if we do
I have
that, that
more
means that-
comments on the
okay.
process, but that's my timeline comments.
Okay, and so the next that I was going to ask was we can consider, of course, having the final selection on Tuesday, July 2nd, which is a possibility as well if we decided to do interviews on the 1st.
And then we could have the board vote the next day, the 3rd.
Yeah, are
I
you
think that's
guys,
a Saturday.
the
just
3rd is a
FYI.
Wednesday? Is it?
July. Oh, you're right. Sorry. I'm looking at August.
All right, thank you. Mr. Martin, did you?
Yeah, so and I want to, I'm certainly going to want to hear from the public on the timelines, because I'm also cognizant a lot of people who are going to weigh in on this are probably going to have vacations scheduled. And so I think we need to give some thought to that but we can, I think, have that after we have a motion at some point. On the process, I think, so just to make sure I understand, Madam President, the idea is that we will, just on the basis of a review of the applications themselves, we will select, without ever interviewing anybody, 3 candidates.
We can change that number, but yes, you can.
So I'm making sure I
Actually,
understand
it says-
what's written here right now.
It says nominate up to 5 names.
right.
So 5 candidates. And then from there, once we do those nominations, and Mr. Shamlin, correct me if I'm not saying this correctly. So from those results, oh, now I'm getting my tongue tied. From these results, the board will invite the top 3 candidates. So there's something missing out of here, Mr. Shamlin, because I think we were supposed to do, it should have been enough for us to have initial interviews and then finalists. So is this accurate?
I mean, in my experience, in the point where you're only looking at the application itself, you reduce to 5 or 7 or so, and then based on the virtual interviews, you reduce to 2 or 3. So that's not what it says here.
So the other option we discussed in meeting was that rather than limited to 3, invite all candidates who receive a minimum of 3 votes, if you remember.
Yes.
And that was the
Okay.
secondary option, so that would
Which means
actually-
that end up being more than 3 candidates.
Yes, it could potentially be more, depending on how many applicants we have. So that would be, Mr. Martin, a secondary option, which I think would address the concern of not limiting it to just the top 3.
If I might ask Mr. Shamlin a question. It seems from my notes in our preparation for today's meeting that we did use the term semifinalists and finalists.
Okay.
And so did we change that? And let me further explain why I'm asking that. The board could, I don't know if this is legal or a good idea, so I'm directing my question to you. The board could select semifinalists. SSA could do virtual interviews, and those could be available for the public and the board to watch. From there, they could select from that pool to go to finalists who would be invited in person. That's something that we've done with other public school boards. And it gives you more than just what someone's put on paper or what we've gathered in reference conversations.
I know one of our, I mean, it's a good thought. I know that several of our colleagues have expressed a desire for the full board to really be the one to make the decisions at every step along the way. So I think, now, that doesn't necessarily mean that the full board should interview everybody, right? As you said, I think what I understood you to say is that your firm might do the virtual interviews. And then the board members could watch, observe, the public could, and then we could make that decision. But I don't know, I got a feeling that my colleagues are going to want to be the ones asking the questions. So, yeah. So I think that's.
If I might share something.
Please, yeah.
You don't want to watch more than 30 minutes of
Yeah.
a candidate that does not fit what you're
Right.
looking for. So the screening interview is literally a screening interview, just to get a sense of how the person presents themselves, how they answer their questions. And so I'm not opposed to that, but that is a much longer, tedious process if we're going to have a full interview virtually.
Right.
And then, again, have an interview in person with some of those people. Not opposed to it, but just want to point that out.
I hear you. No, and if there's 8 people, just because, everybody said, well, let's give them a shot, then it could be a long, excruciating hour for us and for the candidate if it becomes apparent that it's not going to be a good fit.
Right.
And that's hard to, if it's a public interview with all of us sitting up here and them on these screens, that's a difficult process to stop.
Yeah, I don't suggest that.
Yeah.
That's an in-person interview.
So So in that, so, but you, so in what you're suggesting, Ms. Slaughter, then we would, then you would the board pick the semifinalists, the 5 to 8 candidates that you would then do virtual interviews with? We in the public could see those.
Right.
And then we, the board, the whole board, would then, on the basis of those virtual interviews that you conduct, that we've had an opportunity to see, would then make the selection down from the 5 to 8 to 3 finalists.
Correct. The only thing that I would add is the virtual interview is additive to the resume or CV.
Right.
Otherwise, you're just looking at the paper.
Right.
So, unless you
Right.
know the candidate. So, that's all it is. Just think of it that way. It's just another opportunity to get a sense of someone, which is hard to do on paper. Some people present themselves much better than others, but they are you know.
That approach seems to have a lot of
it's
merit to me. I've been part of interviews like that, and it's you know, it's tough, and particularly for candidates who, you know, who hopefully have other jobs right now, and whatnot, to be very publicly, very visibly for an hour ask questions that might include, you know, and we don't have any control over what our colleagues say or ask at the time, and so it's entirely possible they put a situation, well, why do you want to leave your current job? Which is not really the most appropriate question to ask at that first stage.
Right.
And that makes for a very awkward thing, you know, whereas if we have a professional team asking those questions, you know how to ask which questions you can safely ask, which can really get at the information that we, the board,
Correct.
really should see.
And we can have your input on that list of questions.
Sure.
So, you know, that a lot of flexibility there as well.
I'd like to suggest that we go that route.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart?
Looking at the process, as it indicates, following the review of the applications. So after the intake of all the application, what type of screening, if any, is SSA doing prior to us receiving the application? Or are we going to just receive all of what you receive?
You will receive all the applications that we receive. Normally, we would at least screen for minimum qualifications, but because you are allowing people to come in without certain certifications with the assurance that they would provide those by hiring the appropriate people, it means that it's open. So we will send everything that we receive over to you as soon as it's been redacted.
And I asked that question because I would like to know all of the applicants that are applying, but I would like, it would help if you guys would do an initial screening. I think that would help the process with us because we'll just be looking at paper. As it indicated, we really wouldn't have any clue or idea other than what's presented on paper. And as you said, many people present better on paper than others. And so I think a good idea possibly may be to facilitate, even though we may receive all of the applications or names of those persons that applied, I think it would be a good idea for SSA to do an initial screening of those to present what they think the good, or, you know, I'm sorry, like the candidates. Like
Pros and cons, strengths.
Exactly. I think
happy to
some
do
type
that.
of attachment to those that you guys, you know, I think would help us out in minimizing our selections, because at this moment we don't know how many applications we're
That's
going to
correct.
receive. And so
That's right.
I just
Yes.
think that that would be something that we should consider in allowing them to do to help us out, you know, with the process, instead of doing it after we've already looked at it and tried to select 5 or 8 or whatever. I think the screening would help us with that.
Thank you. Mr. Ballou?
Yeah, I like the process of any candidate who gets three votes being put up for the initial interviews. You know, that should give us a pretty good group for SSA to then do do the virtual interviews with them. I think if we were trying to do the initial interviews with the whole board, it would just, I think that would be a little tedious. I don't know if it would be as helpful. But, if we get a good group from that initial selection, that SSA could do the initial interview, we could watch and then select our finalists. I think that would work out. And I think that's enough of a screening process. I mean, I don't know how many applications we're going to get. It's different every time I've been through the process. So I'm guessing it's going to be, if I had a wild guess, it'd probably be, somewhere around 10 to 15, but we may be a lot less, so I don't know. But anyway, I kind of like that approach, and that's really all I had.
Thank you. Ms. Soule?
So at this point, we're giving suggestions back to SSA to then come back with a new timeline to us?
No, we're just really talking about what the process would be for round one of the interviews, or how do we select who will actually be a part of round one of those interviews.
Okay, because they've already given us that, right?
So what we're discussing right now in this particular agenda item is, number one, the timeline, which we've covered a lot of that conversation already. And then the other would be, do we agree with this process that is listed as the selection of candidates for round one of interviews for the superintendent?
Right, so saying whether we like what SSA's
Yes.
offered or whether we want to change anything.
Right, and actually, this is a process that has been put in place, no doubt, by not only with SSA, but through our outside counsel as well, and Mr. Shamlin as well.
Yeah.
And of course, I said that I recommend this as well, based on
Yeah.
the information that was given to me, so yes.
Okay,
If I may, just to
Sure.
answer the question, there's been no motion made yet, so
Correct.
we're just discussing these kind of outlines and discussing any possible changes. So once we do a motion, it'll be maybe to go with one of these options with some minor changes, and then the process, the same thing, maybe make some minor changes. But there's been no motion made right now. We're just kind of discussing what would work best.
what would work best? Okay. Okay,
Thank you. I've entered into the queue one more time, and my question would be, if we allowed you guys to do the initial screening, would assume, number one, that you would determine that the applications are complete,
Yes.
okay? And then the other part is, would we have any part or bearing in the questions that you would ask in that initial or screening or initial interview?
Yes, and let me say it this way. We consider that we're doing screening sort of all along in various ways on your behalf. So the first question is, will we check for complete applications? That's before they even get to you.
Correct.
Depending on how much time we have, we could contact a candidate if something was missing and say, please provide this for us. But at some point, the packages that we have will go to you with the redactions. In terms of questions that you want to ask, if people have, things that they want us to screen for, we're happy to do that. We would be looking for gaps in employment, backward trajectory in their career, things that you would just normally look at when you're doing a search, just to be able to ask about. And so we would be taking those things, and when we, after you've gotten the applications, if we have 10 to 15, it'll be at the same time. If we have 300, it will be a few days later. But we will give you that information for you to consider. But we have no matter what you choose, we have a fair amount of time in there to, check on what's on paper or what we have questions about with a candidate to find out, so that when you go to that initial rating, choosing, you would have as much information as you could at that time.
Okay,
Does
thank
that seem
you.
to make sense?
Yes.
Can I clarify your question, just
Sure.
about were you talking about the initial interview? Because you said screening, is that?
The screening.
You were talking about something, okay.
The screening, I do apologize.
No,
Yes.
the terminology is very confusing.
It
Yes,
is.
Do not apologize for anything. People use
Okay.
the same terms for different things, so we're used to that.
Thank you. And so, of course, lending to my colleagues' points here, I'm sure that we will have to have a follow-up ad hoc committee meeting to be able to discuss what the questions need to look like. That might even be a special meeting of the board, because I know that our additional colleagues would like to chime in on those questions as well, and we can plan accordingly.
But are we choosing to let them do that? We have to vote on it, remember, to do the screening, so.
Yes.
So if
So I
everybody
guess
can
we will have to, we're going to have to make that decision too. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, I'll make.
We have about
I'd like to
15 minutes.
suggest-
And we have 15 minutes.
I'd like to suggest that we, first of all, that we bifurcate and vote on the timeline and the process separately. I think that both of them need some tweaks, and it'll be too confusing with the wording of the motion to do that. Mr. Shamlin, what's the process to do that?
You could make a motion to bifurcate the item, just as you suggested.
Okay.
And we'll take public comment on that, a vote, and then we'll take each item individually.
Okay. I'd like to move to bifurcate these two items, then please, the timeline and the process separately.
Okay, it has been moved by Mr. Martin that we bifurcate the items of the timeline and the process. It has been seconded by Ms. Stewart. Comments from the board at this time. Mr. Martin, would you like to stay in the queue? No, I'm good. Okay, Mr. Baloo, would you like to stay in the queue?
No, I can wait.
Okay, all right, seeing no further comments from the board, comments from the public in regards to bifurcating item B1, timeline separated from process. Okay, seeing no comments from the public, comments from the board at this time. Seeing none, we will entertain a vote.
Please vote. Refresh. You logged into the ad hoc meeting? You may just do a roll call.
Sure, roll call.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Yes.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so we're now at item B1, timeline. Discussion, consideration of a timeline for the superintendent selection process. Is there a motion? Okay, what is your motion? To accept either option A or B, or?
Sorry. I'm, have a motion to accept option A.
It has been moved by Ms. Stewart to accept option A.
But I wanted to also say, I guess, with the kind of suggestion and changes, like kind of we talked about, is that feasible? Like how, you know how we talked about? Well, was it anything that we talked about, like maybe changing the wording or something maybe, or?
Well, there was the change in the wording to the
Process, okay. I just wanted to make sure,
semifinalists.
okay.
Semifinalist, and then what about the virtual option as well? That's a separate agenda item.
That's what I was saying, so do we need to just make those corrections before we adopt one, or? I mean, I
can.
recommend we adopt option A. That's my motion.
Okay.
May I suggest that you want to move to adopt option A with changing the word who to interview to selection of semifinalists?
Okay, actually, it was like two, wasn't it? It was the semifinalists and to conduct the initial screening
Interviews.
virtually.
Only virtually.
Right, so I would like
Okay,
to do a
so-
motion to accept option A with the changes of, what the language is?
Do you want it to
Using the
be
language-
screening?
Screening, yeah, the screening.
Using the language semifinalists and changing the language to coordinate, or to be, changing the language to be consistent using semifinalists throughout.
Exactly, and finalists along with the initial screening done virtually.
Only virtually.
Yeah.
What about any of the date changes? Did you want any
No.
of those? You like them all? Okay.
Okay, so it has been moved by Ms. Stewart to accept option A with changing wording where semi-finalist applies, and then also to include initial virtual screening only. Am I correct in that? Okay.
I just want to make sure I understand, because are we talking about the initial interviews or initial screening being virtual only? I'm not sure.
And
All right.
that, yeah, and that- and
Well,
that's,
okay.
go ahead.
Okay, so there's two different things, you're right. So what we agreed upon, the screening done by them, which is different, but the initial interviews or the, I guess, what you call it,
Semifinalists.
those done virtually.
I think if I may suggest, the place to talk about whether they do the interviews and whatnot is in the process document, which we bifurcated out.
Okay.
So I don't think we need to address
Add that in.
who's going to do that initial
Okay.
screening, you know.
Okay.
Okay, so basically, it just would change the language about the semi and then add the virtual for the first set of interviews.
So thank you. Once again, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart that we accept option A with changing the necessary wording to semifinalists instead of who to interview, quote unquote. And also, when we get to conducting initial interviews, that you would have listed, that we would have listed virtual option only. Okay? All right. So is there a second? It has been seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board at this time, and this is only on the timeline. Mr. Ballou, did you want to remain? Okay. Anyone else with any comments? Okay, no comments from the board. Okay, I realize I left out my board members that are sitting in the audience. Do you have any comments that you would like to share? Okay, all right, comments from the public at this time. Ms. Matthews.
And I do have a comment card. It's for this item. I do like that I heard you all discussing the days of the week as our employees are off on Friday. I hope that is option A. I kind of walked in on that. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And you said that there was going to be another ad hoc meeting. I do hope that we have more than 24-hour notice for that one. Now, the July one, which is actually on both of them, so it doesn't matter A or B, so I'll go with A, that's fine, because it didn't seem like there was that much difference, flies really in the face of the community. It's July 1st. Everybody's out of town that week. Everybody. I mean, I put the call out yesterday when I saw it. I said, hey, everybody, cancel whatever you have, change your family reunions, your vacations, your cruises, whatever it is that you've got going. If you can change it, move the date, do whatever, because Adam needs you. Change it. You need to be here. I mean, really, that date messes it up, unless that may be the intention. I don't know. I do have a question that with the screening, the redacted applications, even those that get rejected from the screenings, will those still be available to the public so that we can see who all applied? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment at this time? That's Ms. Duggan? Okay. All right. Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public at this time, we'll now return to comments from the board, and I have entered into the queue. First question, Mr. Shamlin. Okay, so dealing with the number of days that we have between the beginning of the application process and the selection of a superintendent? How many days, and what is the final day before we can make a selection?
The final ad ran May 29th.
Okay,
By law, we cannot take an action to fill the position, which is a vote to select the superintendent, until 30 days after that ad runs, which is around the 28th or 29th of June. And because that falls on a Thursday, Friday, and to be safe, we decided to advise board July 1st, which is the following Monday, will be the first possible opportunity to take that vote. And that's why
Okay.
we scheduled these timelines to fall sometime after July 1 or thereafter.
okay. So thank you so much. That's what I wanted you to answer. Thank you. Any further questions or comments from the board? Okay, we will now entertain a vote, and if you could read the motion, Madam Secretary, for the record.
Motion to adopt option A timeline, changing the language to semifinalists where appropriate, and virtual first interview. Is that part correct?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for the vote?
Yes.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Now to item B1, I'm going to say alphabet B, which is the process involved in the superintendent selection of round one of the interviews. Let me restate that. Once again, B1, which deals with the process for the selection of candidates for round one of interviews for the superintendent. Is there a motion? Okay, it has been moved by Ms. Stewart. Is there a second? Is it to accept?
I'm sorry, well, we did have changes to this one as well. So to adopt the timeline with the changes of allowing SSA to do the initial screening of the candidates once all of the applications are received.
Okay, so it has been moved by Ms. Stewart with those necessary changes to accept the selection of candidates for round one of interviews for superintendent with the inclusion of SSA Consulting completing an initial screening.
There was one additional change suggested, I think, from Mr. Martin's conversation, is that we allow all applicants receiving minimum 3 votes.
Yeah, well, and then I think there was also a discussion over how many candidates should be in the semifinalists. So could I suggest we have one more round of kind of conversation about this before we go to a motion? May save us some time.
That's fine.
Okay,
Okay.
works for me. Okay, all right, Mr. Ballou.
Thank you. I do like the idea of any candidate reaching, getting 3 votes for the initial interviews being included. I think that'll give us more candidates. And I'll say I don't like the idea of an initial virtual screening at all. I just, that puts us in the position of having to give questions second time, and we don't even know how many applications there's going to be. I mean, when the SSA made this bid, I don't know, they knew they'd be doing, 100 virtual screenings, but I just don't think I think if we're talking about people we're interested in interviewing, I don't think we need that further step of initial screening. I think we can look at the applications and get a feel for who we want to know more about, and then go from there. So that's just my feelings.
Thank you. And if I can interject, Mr. Martin, before you, I just really, if we can pull up the process again, I know that we have more people, more public in the room as we get to this item, and I just want to read it one more time for the record of what is the process that we're actually discussing. If it can go back up on the screen. Thank you. Okay, so this is what we have thus far. Selection of candidates for round 1 of interviews for superintendent. Following a review of the applications by, I'm sorry, you all. That's me reminding family to do certain things. Okay, so following a review of the applications, each board member will nominate up to 5 names, and this is contingent upon the number of applications that we receive. If we don't have 5, then we naturally cannot nominate 5, but if we do, each board member will nominate up to 5 names on the form provided by the board secretary. The next is that the board president will read the nominations publicly into the record. The next step would be that the board secretary and consultant, which would be from SSA Consulting, will tally the nominations and announce the results. Then lastly, from these results, the board will invite the top 3 candidates from those receiving a minimum of 3 votes. So that means if we have 10 people who receive 3 votes, then those are the names that will proceed on to round 1 of interviews. If no candidate receives a minimum of 3 votes, if we don't have anybody who receives 3, whomever are considered as the top 5 candidates, meaning that they've received 2 votes or they might be the only names checked off, those top 5 candidates will proceed to round 1 of interviews. And so what the recommendation has been of Ms. Stewart, who made the motion, is that there would be also an initial screening of the applicants by SSA. Am I correct in my statement?
Just point on, there was no motion made.
She withdrew the motion so we could have the discussion.
Okay, all right, thank you. But still in all, this is all the information that we have so far. Okay, Mr. Martin.
Thank you. So I'm trying to make sure I really understand how this will work physically. I think there's a couple of issues, big issues that we need to think about first, which is, one, how many semifinalists do we want to have, right? You know, and that's always hard to tell in advance. You don't know. You might have 15 great candidates. You might have 3, and interviewing more than 3 on paper, you can tell will probably be a waste of time. So it's hard to tell, but generally speaking, you know, at this round, what this process is describing is the only information we have about this applicant is the application, right? And whatever knowledge we may already have of that candidate or whatever, but that's all we have. We won't have the benefit of interviews or anything like that. We may or may not have the benefit of the kind of impressions or initial review or screening, if you will, of SSA. But that's it. And so I think generally there you don't want to, you know, you don't want to err on the side of having, you know, you don't want to get down to only 3, you know, to give real consideration to without having seen anything else of them, without having some kind of interview, whether done by the board or done by SSA, which I think would be better. It also seems a little duplicative or extra work or something at that point to have the nominations and then the votes. Again, we'll have not, you know, at that stage, we'll have not heard from any of these candidates, will not have had the benefit of any interviews or anything like that. It will simply be based on reading their resume and their application form. And so to me, it would seem more appropriate to basically say, you know, this nomination process, I like that, and basically anybody who gets, you know, who, and I think this is consistent with what I've seen of some other superintendent searches elsewhere in the country, whoever gets nominated by 3 board members, they make the cut to semifinalist, right? And we'll have that virtual interview. So I think that, so for me, the process that I would suggest is that, is that each board member nominate up to 5 names, 3 names, 5 names on the form. 5 might be a little bit much. And then the president would read the nominations in the record, and those would then be the people who are invited to be virtually interviewed. Then I would suggest that the next step after that would be for SSA to conduct virtual interviews with those candidates, with board members previously providing input onto the questions to be asked, and all board members and the public having an opportunity to view those interviews, and then we would go, and then that's kind of the end of the first stage, and then there'd have to be a second stage of how do we, which doesn't really, which is, then that decides who go, and then we'd have to have a second stage, then we'd have to decide who goes from round 1 to round 2, right? And that would involve some kind of board vote, and maybe repeating the nomination process on the basis of the interviews or something like that. But I don't think we've really fleshed that out, and I'm hesitant to try to craft the details of that procedure here on the fly in the form of making a motion. So I'm not sure quite where that leaves me, but those are my thoughts right now.
Okay, thank you. I've entered into the queue as well, and I want to make sure that I understand you, Mr. Martin. It sounds like you repeated everything that's here with the exception of saying invite the top 3 candidates who received check marks or what have you from for the opportunity to interview in round 1. Am I correct in saying
My
that?
suggestion was that basically anyone who receives 3 nominations, anyone whose name is listed on the sheet by 3 board members would go to the interview, round 1 interview, right? So in other words, that's somebody who's, and maybe the right number is 4 board members. Anybody who's got, at least 3 or 4 votes based purely on the writings, right, would then be invited to have the virtual interviews. Otherwise, we're doing way more, I think, than we should of the selection based strictly on the written submission.
Okay, so what are you stating that's different from what we're looking at? I'm just trying to get clarity.
So there's 2 things that are different. Well, maybe one thing that's different is I'm saying instead of the board will invite the top 3 candidates, I'm saying the board will invite any candidates who received at least 3 nominations to proceed to round 1 of the interview.
Okay, so from these results, the board will invite any candidate receiving a minimum of 3 votes. Okay, to proceed to round 1 of the interviews.
Correct.
So, Mr. Shamlin, you got that? Okay, thank you.
And that way, look, if there's a subset of the board that collectively feels strongly, and there's at least 3 members that feel strongly about that candidate, then that says we're going to hear them out, right? But if somebody at that point, their written application is so weak that they can't get 3 board members to say, we need to hear them out, then we don't. I think that's a good balance.
Okay, and so that also means that we're going to take out that sub-bullet as well that says if no candidate receives a minimum of 3 votes.
I think you need to answer. That's what I wanted to comment on.
Okay, Ms. Stewart.
Okay, so I agree with my colleague Martin about taking the top 3 candidates and just whoever get the 3. But like you said before, if nobody gets the 3, the top
Yeah.
candidates. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding that correctly, so that was still incorporated.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that's a bullet. If no candidate receives a minimum of 3 nominations, not votes, but
Right,
nominations,
right.
because there's no vote here,
yeah,
right? This is just the nominations, then the top 5 candidates proceed to round 1.
Thank you. So, okay, so then that goes back to that. So from these results, the board, what did I mention before?
All applicants who received at least 3 nominations.
Nominations, so we're going to change that word. Mr. Baloo, we're going to make sure we have our terminology straight. So 3 nominations, or the top five candidates will proceed to round 1 of interviews, okay? So if no candidate receives a minimum of 3 nominations, then the top 5 candidates will proceed to round 1 of the interviews. Okay? Ms. Ule, okay. All right. So, okay, so who would like to either make a motion or is there further discussion?
Do you mind? All right, so I move that we accept this process with the following changes, just again to be clear. In the 4th bullet, we say instead, from these results, the board will invite all candidates receiving at least 3 nominations to proceed to round 1 of interviews. And I think that's,
And then the bullet point.
or that bullet's still there, I'm not, yeah, but, and then in the bullet underneath that, to change, to say if no candidate receives a minimum of 3 nominations, the top 5 candidates will proceed to round 1 of interviews.
Okay, so it has been moved by Mr. Martin and seconded by Ms. Stewart that we accept the selection of candidates for round 1 of interviews for superintendent document with the inclusion of those changes that have been stated by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board at this time? Okay, comments from board members that are in the audience? Okay, comments from the public at this time? Ms. Matthews? No? Okay. Ms. Duggan?
I really appreciate the urgency that y'all are acting with here, but I have lots of questions about how we got to this process, right? I think that there are a lot of things that are decisions that are being made in this process that are not being really thought through. And so I want you to have confidence, and I want the public to have confidence in the decisions that are being made here. You guys hired a top-notch consultant to get, and it feels like their feedback is not being recognized in this process. There's a lot of confusion here on what's happening with the committee and what's happening with the full board. And so that we have questions about how that, sorry, I was half paying attention before I got back up. We have questions with how that's going to be reflected in this process. So I want you guys to take a beat, have a conversation about how we're going to really suss out the details of what's happening here and understand how those implications. How did we get to the decision on 5 votes? How did we get to the decision on all of these things have implications in the process? And so I really appreciate the urgency with which you're acting, but I think that there are definitely questions that we have about how we got to this process and how we've landed here. So.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Okay, comments from the board at this time. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, I'd just like to ask Ms. Slaughter to come up and talk about this process from her perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. I appreciate that because I was really on my way up here. I think that's a very important question, and I will tell you that the first consideration in looking at any process are the legal requirements for posting, the amount of time that needs to pass. I think that board leadership was very conscious of that. Certainly our firm was very conscious of that. From that point on, we're out of sync with normal academic calendar superintendent searches. All right, we're all aware of that. that it is what it is. In order to try and get the best candidates that you can, and then be able to field a pool of candidates that you are able then to look at and evaluate in an effective way, and the public as well, and give you feedback. Making sure that we balance the effort to get someone on board as quickly as possible so that they can help prepare for the upcoming year and be effective, along with making sure that we have enough time in the process to do it correctly. The July 4th holiday is unfortunately placed where it is. I'm gonna take that off the table for a moment. But you have enough time to do anything you want to do. I'm listening to Mr. Ballou that he doesn't like the virtual interviews, and I'm thinking, well, we could have a series of questions and we could send them to everyone. We have 300 applicants. They can send us 5-page single-spaced papers with their vision. What would you do the first 100 days? We've already had requests for the budget. We've had requests for input from the community engagement meetings, et cetera. We can do anything we want to do. You got us. We're here to help you and your constituencies feel like we've had a good, open, transparent process with people who have put themselves up as applicants. So I think that we can start from any place with a proposed timeline, and then we can design in and out of it the way we want to. We're very, very open to that, and we want to meet everyone's needs. So if there's some things in particular that we want to make sure we put in there or not, we can certainly do that.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, so I'm not sure I fully appreciated everything you said, Ms. Slaughter. Could you, in terms of actions that this committee needs to take tonight, is this process clear enough and adequate enough, or do we really need to go back to the drawing board a little bit, take, as Ms. Dugan suggests, take a beat, and then have to have a, special meeting, Monday, Tuesday next week, and do it? We do have time. Before you answer that question, Mr. Samlin, the maximum length of time that the interim superintendent can serve as the interim superintendent is sometime like July 23rd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So that's our real deadline, right? We certainly want to get the new person on board, as soon as possible. But at the same time, it's certainly much more important to get the right person selected than to get them selected quickly. So maybe the solution is, notwithstanding that we just voted on the timeline, to come back, take the feedback and discussion of the board, of the committee tonight, and have a special meeting, early next week. I won't be able to be here, but y'all are certainly fully capable of doing it without me. So we can kind of flesh that out just a little bit more.
If I might make one more comment.
Please.
In preparing for today's meeting, I'm not always on the same page with internal counsel or external counsel, but I think that external counsel has been through enough searches, and I think that all of us agreed, if you can leave some flexibility in the process, if we can get not target dates, if we can get dates that we're willing to live with, but give some flexibility in there, because you may have 3 unanimous people, unanimously chosen, and it's only that 3. Or you may have more, or you may have something unique, and you may have a number of people who are very close by. They don't have to fly in. You may have people that are all far away. That it just takes, a search takes so many different turns. What is helpful is to know when your deadlines are. And then you can design around that. And so without totally understanding some of the comments that have been made and input that needs to be had. I do think defining what is the committee's role versus the full board's role is very important. Again, however, I think that if you get dates, all of that can be designed in and people will be able to block it out on their calendar. I do think you want all of your board members to be here when you vote on your next superintendent.
Well, of course, yeah.
Right, so that's an absolute.
I think, would it be perhaps more appropriate for the committee to vote to ask you to come back to the committee and the full board next week with a more thoroughly fleshed out plan that might include not just the process to get to round one, but also the process to get to round two, and rather than because right now we're kind of designing half the process, and we're saying, well, we'll work on the rest of it later. And I understand the need for urgency, but I'm a little concerned about voting, kind of just for half the process, not knowing what the other is, given the timeline. So if this committee said, Ms. Slaughter, come back in 4 days, 5 days, sometime next week, and give us a comprehensive, take us from here to selection with recommended timeline, with recommended process, then is that something you could do for us?
I think so. Yes, happy to.
Also, Mr. Martin,
Mr. Shannon.
just a suggestion, remember too, there's a special meeting tonight to consider the recommendations of this group as well, so there may be more discussion from the full board, which may consider what you just said.
Okay.
Thank you. I have entered into the queue as well. And thank you so much, Ms. Slaughter, and thank you so much, Mr. Martin, for your comments. I do want to remind us there are a few things. Number one, as we started this process, I was told by many on the board and many that were in the public that we were not moving as fast as we needed to move. Okay? We know that we have to have a superintendent selected by July 23rd. And am I correct in saying that Mr. Smith's official last day is at the 17th?
I believe it's the 23rd, but we'll confirm that.
Okay, all right. And so with that in mind, I find it interesting that we would decide today on June 6th that we might want additional time. I just want us to think about that. Number two, this is an educational institution. And so, of course, one of the big pushes for why we wanted to move quickly was because we need someone in place before school starts. And we don't want to have them we don't want to put them in place a week before school starts. July 23rd would technically be a week. Right. And so if we have someone in place by July 1st, July 2nd, that gives them a month to get themselves together, to make sure that they have their team together, to make sure that we don't have any more transportation debacles, all of the things. So we need to find a way to proceed, number one, with wisdom, but with urgency as well. Just wanted to make sure I put that out there for my colleagues. Thank you. Ms. Sule. Thank you. Mr. Ballou.
I've got a suggestion. On our timeline that we just approved is a special meeting on June 18th at which we decide who are the applicants we want to interview. Really, we don't need to make a decision on how many that needs to be or who it needs to be until then. By then, we'll have we'll know how many applicants and how strong the applicants are and whether we have a very small group that we think are strong or not. So really, I think we can defer discussing the process of how we select those until really, if we we wouldn't even need to do a different special meeting. We could just wait and do it at that special meeting, how we want to select and how many to include in the interviews. It's just, I thought might simplify things, and we'll have a clearer picture of what we're doing at that time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ballou. Also, I wanted to say this as well for anybody who's in the listening audience. I forgot that Ms. Slaughter did throw out a hypothetical number of applications. She mentioned something about 300. That was a hypothetical number,
Oh,
everybody.
Thank you.
None of us know how many. We have entrusted them with that process. So, and I've also held my colleagues accountable for that as well. All right, thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I think, Mr. Ballou, I think that there's a fair amount of sense to that. I think the risk is that then we're scheduled under that timeline to take action, to actually make those nominations that night. And so we'll be adopting the procedure and then immediately implementing it. I think I still support the idea, but what I would suggest is that this committee charge Ms. Slaughter with recommending to leadership and leadership publishing to the board and the public as soon as they get it from Ms. Slaughter, Monday or Tuesday of next week, what the recommended process would be, taking into account all of the feedback that we've given. That way, we can have an idea, not that we won't be able to change that process when we get to the 18th, but we'll have an idea and we won't be all seeing it for the first time, and the public won't be seeing it for the first time the night that we're actually implementing. Does that make sense? Yeah.
I just think it makes sense to wait until we actually get the applications before we decide how much we want to narrow it down for the initial.
So are you making a substitute motion to defer this until the 18th with a charge to her or what?
You will know how many applicants you have when we send you the redacted applications. So that would be theoretically on the 11th.
Yeah. And we don't have any meetings scheduled between the 11th and 18th, do we?
Correct.
I mean, I would be comfortable not making a decision until the 18th. I mean, we can certainly put a recommendation prior to that for the board.
Madam
Yes.
President, we can live with that ambiguity. That is not a problem. I think it's more important for the ad hoc committee and the board to agree on how many people you want to interview in person, because that is a critical part of the decision process. And it's very hard to narrow down sometimes candidates, and for whatever reason, to be gracious and nice. But we see our clients struggle sometimes with that. I promise you, if you have more than 3 final interviews, you will have a significantly tough time getting consensus, getting a decision. That's the place where it's really important. But as Mr. Ballou said, leaving it open, if we have 10 to 15 candidates, I'll use my hypothetical after a board member's, ad hoc committee member's suggestion, and you want to interview all of those, that's terrific. You want an abbreviated interview and you all decide you want to do that, that's great, or some subset thereof. I actually think that what you have as a proposal is pretty good. I have not seen boards do that before, but I really like it, and I might have to lift it, as consultants are prone to do for other clients, because it does give you, if we don't have consensus on everybody getting 3 votes, then here's where we would go instead. It's a rule of thumb. It's not anything more than that, and at that point in the process, you could decide, let's do this instead. It's the actual last part of the process that I think is very, very important. I don't want you to get caught up in something now that then lends itself to, we're going to have 6 final interviews, and which would really not give your candidates a chance, or you a chance, to really be able to vet them properly.
Okay.
No, I don't.
Does that help?
Yeah, and I don't think, I don't think anybody up here wants 6 finalists, 6 semifinalists, yes, right?
Sure.
6 semifinalists for the virtual interviews that you would conduct, I think would be, appropriate, but then I certainly would agree no more than 3, and I know how these things go. Sometimes you got 2. Sometimes
right.
it's tight and there's 1, 2, and then there's a tight 3 and 4, and but that just depends on the pool. But I think as a target, I think I've heard consensus up here, for no more than 3 finalists. But again, the document that we have right here only takes us to round 1,
That's
right, which is the semifinalist selection. I think the other, as I was collecting my thoughts, I made the motion, but then I realized that I really had intended to make one more change to this, which is I think having each board member able to nominate 5 names is a little bit much. Yeah, so
Says up to
I was
5.
thinking really 3,
And I thought about that when we were talking about up to 5, but I guess that all depends on how many candidates apply. And so that's why I think we left it at up to 5, because of depending on how many we get. And so that'll help better with trying to identify to possibly get the 3 nominations.
Right. Well, we're trying to down select just to the, 6 or 7 semifinalists.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is if we cut it down to the 3, we may not get 3 consensus of nominations to move to the next round versus being able to choose up to 5.
Okay, so you want to leave it at 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
All right.
also, if I can interject as well, one of the thoughts that have bounced around is because we don't know what the number is, possibly saying like a percentage, if we said 25% of the applicants or what have you, but then,
We get 100.
right, that means we have 25. I don't know.
I think 5, I think that there's a little risk that 5 gets us like,
Up to 5.
50, yeah.
We actually have to choose 5. We could choose, that doesn't necessarily mean we have to choose 5. It just says, based off of what we review, we have the option to nominate up to 5.
okay.
I may not choose but 2. I'm just saying. So.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll leave it at 5. Those are my only concerns. We could wind up with, a lot that way, but that's, I'm happy to leave it at 5.
I think we'll have a better chance in getting a minimum of 3 nominations.
Yeah. So, all right, so kind of where are we then? I think Mr. Blue says we don't need to make this decision tonight. Ms. Slaughter likes a lot of the aspects of what we've got to get us to round 1, understanding that we don't have, so maybe the thing to do is go ahead and vote on my motion. And then if and then I don't know that we need a motion to direct you, but to ask you separately to give us a more fully fleshed out process for stage 2 and add any more recommended detail or tweaks that might be appropriate to this that you can recommend to us on Monday or Tuesday for consideration at the meeting on the 18th.
Absolutely.
Does that?
Okay,
So,
thank you.
so what you're saying is that we're going to adopt and go along with the motion with what we have, and then she'll come back with the second portion, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because I was like, let's finish this. Don't negate
no,
that.
I mean, I hear her saying that she's comfortable with where we are.
I am, and I want you to do exactly what you just said. And then I would like to ask how we will get input from other people so that we can take that into
Absolutely.
consideration for them.
And those are
please
further
proceed.
conversations.
Yes, thank
And
you.
you all, I know that we are far behind time, but if we will hear from Ms. Sule, then Ms. Stewart, and, okay, all right? Okay, Ms. Sule.
Yeah, I was just going to say that we're way off of time. And I like what Mr. Blue said, and I'm good to go with the motion to just, let's table the rest of this for right now.
Okay, so I think
That
that's a
wasn't a motion.
substitute motion.
No, Mr. Martin's motion. I like to.
No,
Mr. Martin.
so my motion is to go ahead and adopt this with the
Yes,
two
yeah.
tweaks that I made, and then we'll separately ask her to come back. We don't really need a motion to do that, to come back with a fleshed out part 2.
Okay, all right. Considering we've had a nice robust conversation on item 1, so let us go ahead and entertain a vote. And thank you so much, Ms. Slaughter, for your commendations.
Absolutely.
Not for the process. They submitted before we bifurcated, so I'm just going to read it as part of this. When we get to public comments.
For the record, will you read the motion, please? And actually, before you do that, considering we had an internet comment that was not read, and it was in regards to this item, correct?
Well, it was in regard to before we bifurcated it. It was submitted at 2 o'clock this afternoon, so before we bifurcated. But we're still on, have we gone to public comment on the second bifurcated item?
Yes.
We have?
Yeah,
Okay.
Ms. Duggan.
Then, yeah, let me just go ahead and read it. For the record, and I apologize to Ms. Jackson, who had submitted the comment, and thank you to the person who brought it to my attention. So the internet comment from Fairleigh Cook Jackson says, considering the options, I urge you to select an amended version of option A that has a true opportunity for public engagement. A meet and greet with refreshments and a free-for-all for people to ask candidates questions at a table does not feel like a thought-through process. A suggestion would be to have each candidate available for questions from the public in a structured manner. Each candidate would have their own time with a time-limited responses to questions posed by members of the community. Candidates should appear individually as to be able to answer by themselves without hearing the answers of others. Many other districts have this type of public engagement for their important process of superintendent selection. A simple reception with refreshments feels performative and hard to manage.
Thank you. In a future life, Ms. Jackson, I would love for you to be able to assist a debate team in the district on debate tactics. Thank you so much. Okay. All right.
Before we take the vote, I would just add, kind of in response to that, forgive me, that I think that we're covering that comment in our request to Ms. Slaughter to flesh out in more detail the kind of phase 2 thing. And so and I would add to that, Ms. Slaughter, that I think it's also important that we have an opportunity for structured feedback from the various stakeholder groups that do it, not just they pick up the phone and randomly call us, but we actually have surveys or something like that we would give them.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will now entertain a vote. Oh, well, read the motion again, please.
The motion to adopt the process with the following changes. With the fourth bullet, from these results, the board will invite all candidates receiving a minimum of 3 nominations to proceed to round 1 of interviews. And last bullet, if no candidate receives a minimum of 3 nominations, and the change is nominations, the top 5 candidates will proceed to round 1 of interviews.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will now entertain a vote on item B1B, which is the process for the selection.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Now proceeding to item B2, candidate travel. Discussion or consideration of candidate travel. Before we go into any further, I question if we have already taken care of this. This was in regards to candidates traveling for the initial interview, and I believe that we covered this in the timeline process by saying that this would be, that there would be only virtual interviews. And so if there is no objection, may we pull this item? Okay, so we do have a comment from our board member, Mr. Gode, and then Mr. Shamlin.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Gode, just a minute. I would read the item into the record if you haven't done that. Did you
I did.
You did, okay.
Is this, because I came in late and I might have missed some of the things, are we talking about only having a virtual interview, no in-person interviews?
There would be in-person interviews for the finalists.
Okay.
But not for the semifinalist round.
That's fine, and that's totally appropriate. That's what we did last time and things like, I just want to make sure, because a virtual interview is not the means of selection.
Right.
So my ears perked up and I heard that. Thank you, no problem.
Thank you. Okay. All right, so we have read the item into the record for this meeting. Again, if there are no objections, may we pull this item or delete it or whatever is the proper wording?
Or you ask for a motion, if there's no motion, item dies.
Okay, all right. Okay, so is there a motion for the candidate travel? Seeing none, the item has died. Thank you. All right, we're now to B3, interviews. Discussion, consideration of the nature of round one interviews, which we have also discussed in regards to them being virtual only. We took care of that with the timeline as well. Is there a motion? Seeing none, that item has died as well. We are now officially adjourned. It is 5:39. Let's come back together in 5 minutes, and we will proceed with our budget workshop public hearing. Thank you. Yeah, that's all I have.
You've been making me for money for a while. Man, I can't. I was about to do that next week. I needed you to do that earlier. Oh, see, I forgot. And it needs to be exact change.
Good evening, starting everyone in 1 minute. Hope that you make your way back. Okay, those who were part of the ad hoc committee, I believe that you may either need to refresh. Am I correct, Ms. Orman?
Yes, there's no vote in this one, but yes.
Okay. There's no voting in this particular meeting, but, well, let's see, did I do what I need to do? Okay. Okay, good evening once again, everyone. Today is Thursday, June 6th. Welcome to meeting number 2, public hearing, board workshop 2024-2025 budgets. Invocation and pledge. The invocation will be led by school board member Mark Ballou, and the pledge of allegiance will be led by school board member Cliff Lewis. Let us stand.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for blessing us with this beautiful sunny day and bringing us together in service of our community. We ask that you guide our decisions and actions as we work to ensure our students acquire the knowledge and skills that will help them reach their full potential and maximize the opportunities in their lives. All of this we ask in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This meeting is now called to order, and we will now have a roll call.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Considering the time frame that we are operating in, with this particular agenda is for discussion and information only.
It's a public hearing, so we will have to take public comment.
We will have public comment, but at the same time, we know that those comments may need to be abbreviated, considering that we do have committee of the whole immediately following this meeting. So with this in mind, we are now to discussion and information. Item B1, presentation of the proposed 2024-2025 general fund budget. Ms. Lopez and Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez. I just want to thank the board for the feedback for the past couple of weeks. We went back and had the opportunity to kind of revise and take many of the suggestions that you guys offered. I come to realize that there is no perfect budget. I think I remember reading something from a quote from John F. Kennedy. He says, let's not seek the Republic or the Democratic answer, but the right answer. And all we can do with this budget is try to draft a budget that's best for our students in our community. And so we will continue to have public input, but I think we all are on the right path. In this budget, you'll see primarily three things. One, we're going to propose a balanced budget. We're going to propose a budget that offers permanent pay raises to all of our employees. And last, we have a budget that's centered around our strategic initiatives that was based and drafted in 2021, and and we have a budget that's flexible, that's not cemented in stone, and that we have opportunity to make some adjustments. Earlier today, I attended a superintendent advisory meeting, and part of that discussion was around the possible new accountability metrics. And so with this budget that we have proposed, we think there are opportunities that we can make adjustments along the way, as where we may need to shift resources as that policy, accountability policy may change. Ms. Lopez?
So, good evening, board members and Superintendent Smith. Tonight, I will be presenting the 24-25 proposed budget. The entire original budget was available for public review as per statute on May 20th. The revisions that were made available on board docs were available on June 3rd. The original budget was presented on Thursday, May 23rd, and at that time we heard from our public, we heard from our board, and we made adjustments, and those were the adjustments that you see that were uploaded on May 3rd. The budget of every local government must follow revised statute 39-1307. Notice has been provided in the Advocate. Tonight is our official required public hearing. However, we will have another public hearing prior to the board vote on the 20th. We will also have a public engagement meeting next Thursday at Capitol Middle and an additional one on the 18th at Southeast Middle. The district has until September 15th to approve the budget. However, if it is not approved by the beginning of the fiscal year, July 1, we will revert back to the old budget. We will have half of that budget to spend, and the 23-24 salary schedule will remain implemented. A balanced budget is one where revenues exceed expenditures are equal. As a district, our financial stability is the utmost importance. It allows us to provide the instructional needs of our students and the needs of our staff. Our goal is to align our financial goals of the district with the needs of all of our students. For the 24-25 fiscal year, the district is using the strategic plan to make financial decisions so that our instructional goals of the district align with the financial goals. Our top 5 priorities, in no specific order, are early childhood, literacy, high-dose tutoring, college and career readiness, and attendance and truancy. These items all align with the commitments in the action found on page 8 in the board's approved strategic plan. Revenues include funds that the district receives in order to provide services to all of our students. The general fund receives their funding from ad valorem taxes, sales taxes, other local sources such as Medicaid, MFP, and federal indirect costs. Special revenue funds are inclusive of our propositions, our federal grants, our statewide grants, and any additional local funding that we receive. So let's talk about our revenues over time, and let's look at the entire district as a whole. This chart shows multiple items so that you can understand. The navy bars are our general fund, the gray bars are our revenues from our special revenue accounts, and the green is the total consolidated revenues at each fiscal year noted. As you can see, there are lines at the top. The blue line at the top shows the total enrollment population of the traditional district-run schools, and the green line at the top shows the total enrollment of all schools in the district, inclusive of our Type 1, Type 2, and Type 5. On the 21, 22, 23 timeline, you see 2 numbers. One is the proposed staffing for that year, and one is the February 1 count of that year. Much like our students, we keep a running total of our actual employees at any given time. As you can see in 18-19, the total revenue of the district was $630.1 million, with total traditional students of 37,503 and total students of 44,745. As we move forward to 24-25, the district is proposing total revenues of $802.7 million, with projected traditional students of 32,607 and total projected students of 43,963. This slide shows the relationship between revenues received through the district and the total funds provided to charter schools over a period of time. The same population and staffing information is also provided. This slide includes the revenues from the general fund and the 3 propositions, less capital projects. As you know, Proposition 1 is 51 cents of the special revenue tax plan, and that provides for the building of schools. We cannot adjust that plan. We must build the schools that we promised our taxpayers when they approved it. However, $4 million a year is provided to information technology, and we can include that in this total. Charter schools receive both MFP funds for students as well as their portion of the local revenues. When the local per pupil is calculated from the LDOE, these are all the revenue sources that are used to determine that number. While the entire collection amount is used in arriving at the local per pupil, the district is bound, again, not to use the money from the Proposition 1. We have to build the buildings. So as you can see, in 1819, a total of $488.8 million was received in 1819. $81 million was provided for charter students for an ending net revenue of $407.4 million. For 24-25, a total of $632.5 million is projected to be received. $153 million were provided for charter students, with an ending net revenue of $479.1 million. Expenditures are the purchases the district makes to provide for the instructional needs of our students. I have compiled this in the same categories that the district must report to LDOE, so it's always consistent when we discuss it. For the 23-24, you can see that 54% represented sales, salaries, and benefits. While we have always stated that 70% of the general fund is salaries and benefits, this is not true for all of our funds. Again, Proposition 1 is mostly going to be property services and purchase technical services. This chart shows multiple items to understand the expenditures overall of the district, inclusive of general fund and special revenue. So again, your navy is your general fund, gray is your special revenue, green being your total expenditures for that given fiscal year for the entire district. Again, I have the same lines as before, inclusive of our traditional students, and one inclusive of our traditional students and our charter students, Type 1, Type 2, and Type 5. As you can see, in 1819, the total expenditures of the district was $651.4 million, with total traditional students of 37,503 and total students of 44,745. As we move forward to 24-25, the total expenditures of the district is $753.8, with the projected traditional students of 32,607 and total students of 43,963. As you can see, with 2020-2021, the expenditures and special revenues began to increase, and now they are beginning to come back down. And that is due to the ESSER effect. As the administrative team worked through the proposed budget, we saw both challenges and new opportunities for the improvement with the ending of ESSER funding. The positions currently in ESSER have been allowed us to strategically place our staff to the best needs of our students. The district ended 22-23 with an ending fund balance of $141.4 million, with $35.5 million in assigned funds. The revised budget that was approved on the 23rd had a deficit ending balance of $5.2 million, with an ending fund balance of $136.2 million and an assigned fund balance of $35.5 million. The proposed 24-25 general fund balance provides for an ending fund balance of $4.2 million. The total assigned funding of $70.6 million, with an ending fund balance of $105.5 million. So this slide shows a true fund balance history of the district. It starts with 2018-19. It moves you all the way through to 23-24. As you can see, in 18-19, we had $43.4 million in our fund balance. In 19-20, $53.1. But as you can see, in those middle years, there was a huge jump. Again, the ESSER funding provided us so many opportunities to increase our fund balance to the indirect cost of the federal grants. The administrative team is proposing a balanced budget for 24-25, with total projected revenues of $578.9, total expenditures of $574.6, and an ending balance of $4.2 million. So while ESSER is ending, we have many opportunities for our revenues. First of all, ad valorem taxes, our property taxes. 2024 is a reassessment year for the East Baton Rouge Parish. And as that happens, we are allowed to roll forward the millage. This will project a 10% increase in our property taxes, or $20.9 million. Our sales taxes are projected to increase at 1.5%, which is a mild increase. They're starting to flatten out after ESSER, though we saw an extreme increase over the last few years, but they're starting to flatten back out. And this would be an increase of $1.9 million. MFP is going to settle back to where it normally is with our accounts at $7.8 million increase. As you know, last year when we did the proposed budget, there was a decrease of approximately $5 million due to the wealth factor, due to the increase in sales taxes. Federal indirect revenue is going to decrease by 12.9, and that is part of the ESSER funding going away. While ESSER has ended, the district has aligned to make sure our expenditures align with the needs of our students and the needs of the district. So for salaries, are going to increase to $215.2 million. ESSER funding is ending. We will need to bring a lot of those people back. For example, our ESL population is growing. We certainly need our ESL teachers. We're going to expand literacy and provide for the curriculum needs of students. Transportation routing and will continue. Substitute teachers will return to the system, and support and admin, school admin raises are included. Benefits will increase to $101.3 million. While that is an increase, we have the benefit of the fact that both retirement systems have decreased the employer portion that we must pay with every payroll. TRSL is going from 24.1% to 21.5%. Lessers is going from 27.6% to 25.8%. Professional services is going to decrease by $18.2 million. After reviewing with both the board leadership and with district administration, we worked through all of the contracts that we had, and we determined what was for the best needs of our students that affected the most students and had the best effect. And we've provided those opportunities. We're also going to work with federal programs to provide those opportunities through grants. Property services will increase slightly due to the fact that we are going to begin to start leasing our bus rather than purchasing. This will allow us to maintain more buses on the road, as well as give some relief to our mechanic shop. Other purchase services will increase by $12.7 million with increase in property insurance, and dual enrollment is continuing to grow. Materials and supplies will increase to $31.3 million. Things that were originally in ESSER, again, are going to come back to your general fund. This is inclusive of your textbooks and your library books, materials and instruction. And as you all know, when you get your electric bill, utilities continue to increase. Property will decrease by $2.1 million. As I stated earlier, we're going to start leasing buses so that we make sure they are on the road instead of buying them and having possible more breakdowns with our mechanic shop is still kind of small. And our appropriation is going to decrease to $155.2 million. The board stipends have ended. The disaster relief funding for the non-reimbursable 10% of FEMA is ending. But we did have a slight increase in charter schools. However, none are opening and only 5 are growing a grade. So as stated before, administration is clear on the initiatives and commitments this board has, including the strategic plan when they approved it in July of 21. These are aligned with the goals of LDOE. So when building the budget, we ensure that these areas were kept top of mind. So as the district does not receive early childhood money through the MFP, we will still handle all of early childhood of up $18.1 million through grants. Our literacy budget will be a total of $17.1 million. High-dose tutoring will be a total of $3.7 million. College and career readiness, $17.5, and attendance and truancy is $7.7 million, showing our commitment to our students. With our staff for teacher recruitment and retention, we are proposing a district raise, a school achievement stipend, and an AUS school stipend. The district raise will be $2,200 for all staff on the teacher salary schedule, $1,500 for principals and assistant principals, and $1,300 for all other staff not included on the AD 101 category in the salary schedule, which is your highest, your chief level. Your school achievements will be a stipend based on scale level stipends, which we're going to talk about in just a minute, based on goals that are set by the district. The AUS school stipend will be a $2,000 stipend provided to all teaching staff that will both commit and stay at some of our higher needs schools. And the LDOE currently has offered the differentiated stipend in their projections, which will allow for more retention, and we will use it to pay for the effective rating stipend. So for 23-24, if you look at the compensation for a teacher, their original starting salary for a first-year teacher walking in was $47,800. The board stipend was $2,000. The LDOE stipend was $2,000 for a total compensation of $51,800. Support staff received $1,000 from the board and $1,000 from LDOE. For the proposed opportunities for this year, the current salary, again, first-year teacher, is $47,800. The proposed raise is $2,200. The effective rating stipend they receive through their Compass review for being a highly effective teacher is a possible $550. The school achievement stipend is $500 for total possible compensation of $51,050 or a 7% increase. And you'll see it's notated on the top that those are results-driven stipends. They're not guaranteed. They have to reach certain criteria to receive them. At an F-rated school, current salary, again, $47,800, proposed raise $2,200. The effective rating stipend for a highly effective teacher is $550. The school achievement stipend is $1,500. The AUS school retention stipend is $2,000 for a total possible compensation of $54,050 or a 13% increase. Again, you can see those three stipends are all results-driven stipends. So how will the additional compensation be funded? So all of the $2,200 raises for our teachers will be funded through the general fund reserve. A transfer will be made from the general fund into the special account of the unassigned general fund balance upon the resolution of the board and the approval of the budget. Moving forward, and this I got this one from Mr. Ballou, moving forward, the general fund will maintain their 15% policy goal for the fund balance. All additional funds will be put into the general fund reserve for additional stipends and raises. At any time the reserve account no longer exists, another fund will have to pick up the raises. They are permanent. We will not ever take them away. So what is the school achievement stipend? So it's the adoption of the school achievement stipend will allow the entire instructional facility and staff of the school to receive increased compensation for meeting or exceeding common district targets. For example, if you are a SPS of 80 or higher, these are our A and B schools. If you earn top gains and opportunity honor labels, for example, you move your economically disadvantaged population a certain percentage, you get $500 for each instructional employee officially listed at that school location. So for our SPS schools with a 50 to a 79.9, these are our C and D schools. If you increase by a letter grade or by 5 points, you get $750 for each instructional employee officially listed at that school location. Lastly, our 49.9 schools. If you exit AUS status, or if you have an SPS below 40 and you increase by 8 points, you will receive $1,500 for each instructional employee officially listed at that school location. The idea of this is not only to encourage our staff members to help move our students in the right direction, but it provides a team unity at the schools to work together to build the students. So what is the AUS retention stipend? So with the adoption of this stipend, an entire teacher, staff, or school will receive increased compensation for choosing to commit and remain at a school. For example, if you are a teacher, you have never come in, you've never worked for us, and you commit to work at one of our AUS schools, and you stay the entire year, you can receive the $2,000. This teaching staff is inclusive of those people that have a class roster, because as you know, a teacher in front of our classes is how we move our students. It's so important. An employee cannot exceed 10 days of leave to receive the stipend. So we've talked a lot about the classrooms, but let's talk about operations for a minute and what are other board priorities for the operations of our district. So transportation is earmarking funds for GPS, and we're going to start looking into camera installation into our buses for the safety of our students and our drivers. Facilities has $500,000 earmarked for fencing and another $1 million for grounds, and we are currently working with grant opportunities so that we can get matches to build additional fencing at our schools faster. Security is going to increase by $300,000, and our IT team continues to work on camera installations at all of our facilities, again, for the safety of our students and our staff. So what are other opportunities that we're looking for? First and foremost is the 2024 roll forward of the millage. I encourage the board to vote for rolling forward the millage. This will increase our revenues significantly. That will allow us to do all these great things for our staff and our kids. What other things are to continue to identify efficiencies throughout our district for both accountability and transparency. We will continue to review land sales and evaluation of underperforming schools throughout the district. And the administration has charged every department to look for duplicated processes and developing individual strategies to get better, be better, and have more efficiency. Again, this is our budget timeline. This is our first official public hearing, but we'll have another on the 20th. It is not listed on here, but we will have 2 public engagements, both at Capitol Middle and at Southeast Middle.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Ms. Lopez, comments from the board at this time. I have entered into the queue. And once again, thank you so much. Number 2, I wanted to go back to slide number 13. And I just want to commend our district team on this. If we can see slide number 13. That line that's there that says administration is proposing a balanced budget. Thank you so much. That's the first part. The next is slide 20. And thank you so much, technology team, for operating this slideshow for us. Okay, so as we look at this, there were a couple of things that I thought about. So this is generally starting salary and base salary. This is not inclusive of collegiate credentials, correct?
No, this is a first-year bachelor degree teacher.
Same thing with 10-year
Yes,
bachelor
ma'am.
degree.
I did not move forward into specialist, master's, PhD. No, ma'am. This is your base level.
Okay, and I'm saying all of that to the public to say, turn in your application to work in EBR, especially if you have XYZ collegiate credentials, as well as if you're already working in the district. If we accept this budget after all of our meetings and community engagement meetings and all those different things, men and women, please calculate what your salary would be. And I think you would be quite proud. Also, I think that this is quite a bit of a benefit for our AUS schools to get the most excited and the brightest and the most qualified in those schools.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Russ.
Thank you. Ms. Lopez, what is the total amount that would be transferred in this budget to the new fund?
$35 million.
Okay. Mr. Shamlin, the policy that this refers to that's being proposed about moving funds at the end of a fiscal year to the specified reserve account, is that going to be included as part of this budget, or does that policy have to be adopted separately by the board?
It's actually adopted in the form of a resolution. We've had council review the form and the effects to make sure there were no legal issues. And so anything the board adopts, Mr. Rust, is in effect policy, but in this case, it's in the form of a resolution. It's authorizing the superintendent to do a certain
Within the budget?
Within the budget, that's
Within the
correct.
budget. So I would ask that we revisit the language around how we're going to handle surplus at the end of each fiscal year. I think essentially stating up front that we're going to take any money at the end of every single year and sweep it into this account for only one use, I think is really short-sighted. I think any money that goes from a surplus should go into our reserve account where it's meant to go. And I think, essentially only earmarking that for salaries or stipends doesn't really give us much flexibility in the future. I mean, we don't know a year from now, 10 years from now, what we might need money to do. And I think we either need to leave it up to our boards or superintendents or someone to do on a case-by-case basis, or come up with something that was discussed beforehand that is more flexible. So my feedback on that. I've asked about this several times. I haven't been able to comb through this budget, but maybe Ms. Lopez, you can ask, has there been any changes to the nursing staffing in this proposed budget?
No.
Okay. I want to point out to my colleagues that have represented on many occasions that they care about the staff of this district, that they care about teachers, that they care about students, and they care about administrators. This budget effectively cuts the human bodies in your schools that attend to the nursing needs of this district in half. If you don't understand that, go look at the press release that Our Lady of the Lake put out last month, that they're laying off. It's either 59 or 61 employees that are associated with this contract, and we're only staffing 30. 30 people to do the job of 60. Now, I've asked what we can do about that, and I've heard crickets. I've asked why we're passing this major policy change as part of this budget, and the answer I received essentially was, hey, back in January, we put this up for discussion. Well, I remember being in that meeting, and I remember hearing pretty unequivocally from board members that that would not be the last of this discussion, and yet it was. I will not agree to this budget that cuts nursing staff in half. So I ask again for our administration to go back to the drawing board on this. This is a major, major policy change. This encumbers the district for millions and millions and millions of dollars for years to come. You can't undo this. If there is another pandemic and we can't get nurses, tough luck. We can't go hire out. If the cost of nursing doubles, which it could, because nurses are in incredibly high demand, tough luck, we get to foot that bill. There was no RFP issued. There was no work to be done to consider and lay out the options for this board or the community with these public tax dollars, how this money would be spent. It was decided in an office that this is what we were going to do. And this is the same dog and pony show that I see year after year. The district decides that it's going to make a change, and it makes the change. And if you're on the board, you better catch up, because the tail wags the dog here. So I won't vote for this budget that understaffs nurses. Last thing I want to point out, and I said this last time, using one-time funds to fund a raise without any sustainable source does no favors for our staff, does no favors for our school district. We are essentially kicking the can down the road, and I think that that is a disservice to our staff. I think it's a disservice to our community, because it puts a problem that we have, which is that we don't have enough money to pay teachers what they need, and it makes it somebody else's problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Gode.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to say I appreciate this budget and all the hard work that's gone into it. I think it's a very good budget. I do have some concerns about the nursing, but other than that, I'll have some comments. One thing I wanted to ask is the state budget is now final, and I understand that there is money that is in there for the local districts from the state over and above the MFP, but how that money is to be spent is unspecified, and we're waiting on LDOE, Bessie, to tell us how that money can be spent. Is that correct?
So I've heard multiple things. I've also heard they're giving a $2,000 raise to teachers, $1,000 to support. I've checked the MFP website. There have been no changes. In the LDOE weekly newsletter, there was no mention of anything. So at this point, I am waiting on LDOE to tell me what they're going to do. Again, if it is another stipend, that is not a problem. It comes in, it goes right back out. I make sure they get paid. That's an easy fix.
I understand that we're going to give the money with more flexibility, so if you want to do bonuses or things like that. But anyway, that's
Sure.
not in this budget.
It is absolutely not, because it is nothing official.
Got it. Okay, I just wanted to get that point on there. The other point I'd like to make to some folks who talked about financial cliffs that we're going to fall off of and things like that. If you go back and look at the 22-23 budget, total expenditures, X the appropriations to charter schools versus the 24-25 proposed expenditures, X appropriations to charter schools, we're actually spending a little bit less money in 24-25 than we actually spent in 22-23. So the bank wasn't blown up. No one went crazy or anything like that. The money was spent to try to support the kids, as it was supposed to do, and we didn't burden the district with huge amounts of long-term expenditures that needed to be continued, because we actually are spending less money this year than 2 years ago if you take off the allocation to charters. The last thing I wanted to, and I'm sorry to burst your bubble, Ms. Powell-Lewis, but when I go back, and I'm a stickler for accounting and definitions, last year we paid all of the stipends and everything else like that out of the general fund.
Where the funding came from, yes.
Yes, okay. So the deficit we look at of $5.2 million last year was a general fund deficit.
Correct.
If I look at the budget that we have this year, the $4.7 million surplus, that does not take into account the $11.4 million that we're flipping over from this general fund number coming into paying all these monies.
That number does not, because the 35 million is being removed from the assigned money.
But the 35 million, I'm talking about what
Separate, yes.
we're going to actually spend out of that 35 million
You're
this year
correct.
is $11.4 million.
Correct.
Okay, so if I took the $11.4 million, this is actually, if you're going to compare books to last year, this is actually a $6.7 million deficit compared to the $5.1 million deficit we had last year.
Sure.
Now, I'm not saying that's the wrong thing to do, but we can't be patting ourselves on the back saying that, oh, we've done such a good job, we got a balanced budget. We have a balanced budget simply because we're being creative in how we move the funds around. Had we done the same thing last year, we'd have had a surplus last year versus this. So I don't want anyone going, because I've had people go, well, what's changed from this year to last year? Nothing's changed. Because all we've done is done differently how we merge the monies and how we do it. On an apples-to-apples basis, this is a $7 million deficit compared to a $5 million deficit last year. Now, the numbers don't say that because we're moving the monies around, okay? But if you follow the P under the shells, that's where it comes to. But I'm not opposed to that. I'd like to do it. And I also want to point out that this budget has a $20 million increase in property taxes,
Yes.
which more or less offsets the decrease that comes from the lack of the ESSER funds.
Correct. It was
Coming in.
wonderful timing.
Yes, it's wonderful timing, but all I'm trying to say is people have to recognize how these things are moving and how these things are matching up to each other, because we're being bailed out by the monies coming in from the property tax that are replacing the ESSER money, plus we set up this fund, which is basically helping us portray a balanced budget, but it's not really a balanced budget. Okay? Now, I'm not opposed to that, because I think one of the reasons why we set up this thing and created these extra monies in the general fund balance was to give us some transition ability as we go forward, as our tax revenues catch up to all of these things. I think sales taxes are going to be even higher than this and things like that. So unlike Mr. Russ, which I fully understand his concerns, but I do think these pay raises are sustainable. You know, we're $11 million off this year, but we're spending less money this year than we spent last year. We have school consolidations to come. We have lots of other things to come. We're going to have continued growth in our sales tax collections and in our property tax collections, because if you look at the construction and everything that's going on, particularly industrially, it's going out crazy. People can't hire enough people.
I agree with you 100%.
Good.
It's absolutely sustainable.
And so-
There's shifts that need to be made to move it into the general fund, and I absolutely feel we can do that.
Sure.
But it's going to take time.
It's going to take time, and we need to do some transition. So
Sure.
the only point I'm trying to make is there was a lot of hullabaloo raised last year about all this stuff wasn't sustainable. I never bought that, and I think it's proved out that it is sustainable, and I think these raises we're giving here today are sustainable. Yes, we're dipping in $11 million into the thing. Hopefully next year it might be $3 or $4 million, and hopefully after that it should be that. But I'm also like Mr. Russ, I don't think that we should be passing resolutions that, even though future boards could change it with another resolution, politically that would be very difficult. And it would put future boards in a very tough position to come up and say, I want to take that money back. So I am not for voting for passing a resolution earmarking future surpluses. I think we ought to take the surpluses that we have in there, because there are other uses. We will be talking insurance in a little while. There are some things we can do with some self-insurance that might save us $1 million a year and things like that. So I don't want to tie the hands of this board and future boards by doing that. Not that I don't support the increases, but I think the increases are sustainable, and I think we need to have more increases coming off of this. But I just think we need to be careful the precedents that we set. And so I will not be voting for that resolution to do that. I'm perfectly happy with putting the $35 million aside and using that as a transition, but I don't think we ought to be putting ourselves in a place that we earmark how any future surpluses go. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Picking up on that last point, Mr. Goda, I generally agree with you. I think, but I think in terms of the earmarking, right, of the future surpluses, if in fact the pay raises are sustainable, and I agree with you that they are, I agreed with you on that general point last year as well. Then this special reserve fund is going to disappear very quickly, right? Because once we, as we continue to scrub the budget, to pull out an old Buddy Romer phrase, then the need for having this fund, this special fund, will go away. We will in fact fund those raises out of the general fund budget. So my hope would be that regardless of how we vote on that resolution, that this fund itself goes away within the next couple of years so we don't really have to worry about it. I think I'm very excited to have the raise here. I agree with both my colleagues that there's this is an accounting exercise to render this an officially balanced budget, but there are good reasons for that, and I think this is an appropriate use to do it. If we wait for us to completely get our fiscal house in order, and we have a great deal more work to do on that, then our teachers will suffer when we have the money that we can in fact do it, and I am confident that the board will find the wherewithal to make some of the difficult decisions that we're going to have to face, with whether it's consolidation, whether it's reducing staff in one level or another that aren't as essential to the education process, whatever it is. Then I'm confident that we will do that, and I don't want to wait to give our teachers a much-needed pay raise, however small it might be in total, in order to do that. On the issue of the nurses, I completely agree with my colleague, Mr. Rust. I've said, since the day I joined this board, and I've said this many times, I've been placed in a position of having very little choice but to vote for something that I don't really agree with. I also remember the meeting when the new contract was issued to do some training of our nurses, and I think collectively most of us here said, look, this should not be considered as approval of actually moving all of these staff in-house. This is a major decision, a major shift in policy, and we need to fully vet that as a board, and we have not. And so I think it's very important that we do that. And if in fact, which I think is probably very correct, we're going from having basically 60 or so human beings in schools tending to the medical needs of our students whenever they get accidentally kicked in the face during gym or trip and fall on the playground or whatever it is, then it's a whole different thing if your closest medical attention, your closest real school nurse is 2 schools down the road. That's not, I think, ideal for our students, and it also puts in those schools that don't have a full, the nurse fully stationed there, then that putting additional burdens on the school secretaries and the assistant principals and the principal to Band-Aid the buboes that is not part of their day job. And we've suddenly, we've saved, if I remember the number correctly, somewhere around $900,000 ostensibly net savings, because we'll get Medicaid reimbursement for some of this or whatever. But we're doing it at the cost of making more work for some of our school leaders who are already overworked. So I won't say quite as categorically as Mr. Russ that I can't vote for the budget without that, but I think it's a very important issue that we really need to address and flesh out in much more detail next time we come and talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stewart.
Yes, I wanted to, Ms. Dupree, you must have felt it. I wanted to ask Ms. Dupree because I recall speaking about the nursing topic a while back, and I had some questions about that, about the reduction of nurses and supplementing them with others. And I think you kind of said something about that, or asked about that. So I wanted to get some clarity because that is something that was brought up the last meeting when we talked about getting that approved with the inside nurses.
So, of course, I will defer to Mr. Smith's guidance and y'all's recommendation. Currently, there are only 10 nurses in the district. 2 of them are part-time, they're fill-ins, they're temporary, so they're only 10. The other staff, which there are not necessarily 50 people in the schools, there are a number of staff members who do not work in the schools. But they are not medical assistants, they're not CNs or MAs. But I did look at the numbers of what if we look at LPNs. Mr. Smith, can I?
Yes.
So we looked at, what if we look at LPNs? Because LPNs we can bill also, licensed practical nurses. And we could get the same 60 to 70% reimbursement. I am not Kelly. I am not a financial person, but we could look at 15 to 16 and not be that much over where we would be with bringing the money back. But that, of course, is at the leisure of the superintendent and Kelly and y'all. But there is a way. Why would we look at LPNs versus SHAWs, which is what they currently have? They can only work with one student, one diabetic. An LPN could do multiple diabetics, and they are trained to do additional services. So that's just something we could look at, Mr. Smith, if you deem so and the board deems so.
So in reality, Ms. Dupree, with this particular model, even though I was not on the front end of moving to this model, but with this particular model, we can provide better service and more service to kids versus the model that we currently have.
Yes, sir.
Because over the years, I know you've worked with the nurses for the past, almost 10 years?
Yes, sir.
We've seen a dwindle of, for the better lack of terms, not enough nurses being provided under the contract that we have been paying for years. I think at one point, we only have, 12?
We have 10 right
10.
now.
In the district?
At one point, we had 40. When I took it over, we had 30, and every year it's gone down.
Which is a violation of?
It's a violation of the law. Yes, sir. And the other thing is they can be at multiple schools, but we can look at the LPNs where they're needed, and they can do multiple diabetics. So there are other options. And so, Mr. Smith, you're totally correct. We need to get in compliance with the law. So I don't know what else y'all need.
That was just basically my question, because I remember asking that specifically about the LPNs and about maybe maximizing on a higher number with utilizing LPNs versus nurses. And I remember asking that. So I just wanted to get some clarity. And like you said, it gave us an increase of staff numbers as well from what we had. So I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding what you initially told me to be accurate.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, thank you. I have entered into the queue as well, but Mr. Smith, I see that you are listed after me. Did you have anything else? No. Okay, so my question though would be, I guess, to you and to Dr. Dupree. So what would it take for us to be in compliance with the law or even have even more medical staff as a part of our team?
Okay, we would need 30 RNs, registered nurses, because the law clearly states registered nurses. It does not state other positions. That would put us within compliance of the law. If there are additional funding, in other districts already did research. For example, Livingston, they start LPNs about 31,000. That's not including benefits. Other districts start them about 21,000. So if you look at that, Kelly, if it's 30, it's about 50,000. When you include benefits, so 50,000 times the number you need. But you can get 60 to 70% reimbursement for the services provided. So we'd have to look at those numbers, and Kelly, with her magic, could figure it out. But I know if we get 60 to 70% reimbursement, because they'll be our employees and they can do moments in time, that we would be pretty doggone close to maybe breaking even or just being over a little bit. But I am not a math person, and remember, Medicaid reimbursement comes back a year, a little later, so there'll be a time we'd have to float it until the Medicaid starts coming in.
Thank you. So my suggestion, and of course, I don't know if I'm in the place to make a suggestion, but it seems like we would want to have more than 30 just in case there were any mishaps or what have you with employment or what have you, to make sure that we meet the needs of our kids and even the adults that are on the campus as well. So Ms. Lopez, thank you so much, Dr. Dupree. Ms. Lopez, what does that look like financially for us to add? And do we have the capability, and what would that look like?
So you have $4 million. We can absolutely add that into the budget, or you can pass the budget as is and we can hire as needed. It's totally at the discretion of the board. You'd have to tell me exactly how many you wanted, exactly how much the starting salary was, and yeah, I can add it in. It's not a.
Yeah.
So it's at the
That shouldn't
pleasure
be a
of the board.
question, yeah, because number one, we want to be legally compliant. Number two, we
The
want
30
to
will get you there. The budget as it stands will get you to compliance. That's why there's 30 there.
Okay, all right, well, thank you, ma'am. The other would be, and then I have another question for you. So explain to us what is the difference? We've talked about this kind of in silos. We have not addressed the elephant fully in the room. What was the difference last year versus this year if we're operating technically with the amounts of money that Mr. Gaudet has mentioned? Then also the idea, I know some of the conversations are about the credentials of those who handled the budget last year versus now. What is the difference? Because I'm looking at, of course, I mentioned in slide 13 that we're at a balanced budget.
Right.
But then, of course, there's a question about whether or not we're really residing in an area of a deficit. Will you please explain the difference?
So this is giving us an opportunity to make adjustments. We're spending down the fund balance. We have a very large fund balance, and I can tell you the hurricanes can come and blow us all away, and we will need that money, and that's absolutely true. But we have a very large fund balance, and to keep saying, well, we're going to be over budget if we don't give a raise. We'll be over budget if we do this. And then public comes up to me, teachers come up to me, and I am the daughter of two educators. Well, you have all this money in your fund balance, and they're not wrong. We do. This gives us the opportunity to take our fund balance and do good things for our staff. And in turn, you do good things for your staff, they will do good things for our kids. So that is the benefit of this. Is it perfect? No, it's not. But like Mr. Smith said, there is no such thing as a perfect budget. But this gives us an opportunity to start consolidating schools, to start truly scrubbing the staffing numbers, to start making movements in the right direction that I know this board wants to go in. I've heard all of you say it, maybe not in the same way, but you're all going towards the same path. This gives us an opportunity, but it allows us to be competitive. Ascension's giving raises. I heard Jefferson is giving raises. You know, we're all fighting over the same small pot of teachers, and they are so important. And the ones that we have need to be valued as well. So this allows us to do that. For as far as the resolution, if you decide that you want to move the money and not fund it anymore, that is the pleasure of the board. The resolution can be written that way. We move this money one time. After that, you have to figure it out. We can do that. It is, again, at the discretion and the pleasure of the board and the superintendent. But this allows us to do good things for our staff now and be competitive with our surrounding districts, because Ascension, West Baton Rouge, Iberville, these are not far away, and they need the same teachers.
And
Also, go ahead, Mr. Smith.
no, and I always hear we talk about consolidation, cutting. That's only one side of the coin. The flip side, what if we grow as a district and we get it right? See, that's the part that we haven't talked about. So we've been in a scarcity mindset, cutting, consolidating, but on the flip side, what if we did it right and we grow and kids come back to our system?
That could be possible, huh?
Oh, most definitely.
Okay, so my next question, and you guys may have answered this, I may need you to answer it in layman's terms just for everybody listening. So what does a sustainable increase look like if this one is not sustainable?
This one is sustainable. This is sustainable. There's an $11 million move if you look at the general fund reserve, but understand a portion of that is stipends. It's not all the raise. The raise is about $8 million. That's sustainable. If you make very small shifts in the budget next year and you make moves, it can be done. I have no doubt. But I will need assistance from the superintendent. I will need direction from the board of what items are most important to y'all to make those shifts, whether that be literacy and we give up this, or if you decide that, you know what, we're going to consolidate these two schools because we can service them better with higher quality teachers together than we can apart. These are options that y'all have to choose from. And I'm there with y'all. We'll figure it out.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Smith, you're in the queue. Okay. Mr. Lewis, Coach Lewis.
Kelly, thank you and your team for bringing us this budget. Regardless what anybody says or regardless of how anybody feels, we are light years ahead of where we were last year.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
Get my life together. Okay. I know this is new information. I have to thank my state union president, Tia Mills, and her sidekick, Marcus. I guess he's not really a sidekick, but he does all of our legislature stuff, for the bill that they passed, or they got through the legislature, that's going to pay teachers for all extra duties. So, board, need to make sure we talk to principals. Teachers need to make sure they have all uninterrupted planning period, 45 minutes that's not interrupted every single day, all 5 days. And there's also overtime in there. I don't quite know. That is definitely a TIA question and not a storm question, because I don't know how that works. I've read the bill several times. Not really sure where that is. I'm pretty sure it's not the grading and planning we do at home, even though that really is overtime, but I don't know how that really works. But by June 30th, y'all have to have a pay schedule, minimum $30 an hour based on our salary schedule. So yeah, there's that needs to get added to this budget, thanks to the state. So the governor did sign that. Yay! I never thought I'd say go, Governor Landry, but there it is. So there's that. I did email that bill to you. And where'd she go? My girl Kelly back there. All right. So there's that. Also, I did ask this at one of the community meetings about the appeals process for a teacher at an AUS school who does drastically move and actually has maybe a good reason for missing. I am not talking about people who do not come to work, go to work people. And let's see what else I have here. Hey, truancy. I saw that in the budget of things that we are wanting to fund, there's something that we can possibly look at cutting. That program that we put in there to help our clerks that was supposed to assist us in helping solve the truancy problem, it does not. It's causing more work for our front desk people. I spoke on that. I take that back, my comments on that. That's horrible. And parents, it actually sends letters. And even when you have excused absences, they're called unexcused. And you get horrible letters that are written in a really bad way. And it's really, really annoying, and told me my child was going to fail even though he had all excused absences. Okay, so that's money we could save on the budget there too. And I think I'm good. Yeah, I think I'm good for now. I'll see y'all at Capitol. Hi.
Ms. Matthews, I'm in agreement with you on that because I know I received a letter saying that my child missed 17 days of school, and I think he might have missed 2, maybe, or 1.5. So thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. And then also, I don't know if any of our AAUS schools will be looking for any English teachers, but I'm just saying. Okay, Dr. Finney.
Thank you. With respect to the nurses, I hope you don't let up, because several of us could have predicted that certain administrators would take the acceptance of a consulting contract as wide sweeping board approval of the administration doing whatever they want with respect to staffing nurses in schools, and that's not how publicly controlled schools are supposed to work. With regard to the budget, it's not necessary to play a shell game to create a special reserve fund. If you want to fund raises from the surplus in the general fund, keep it simple. Pay the raises from the surplus in the general fund. Again, with respect to keeping it simple, I invite you to all turn to page 37 of the salary schedule and look at the line on the bottom of the page. I'm a teacher, so if I give an assignment for class participation, I'm perfectly capable of awkward silence while I wait for people to do what I asked. Unless they came without their books. Anyway, Mr. Gode, you look prepared. Can you read what it says, that one line on the very bottom of page 37?
Proposition 3 supplement is 13% of the annual salary. LDE raises are 100% general fund. Additional raise paid from general fund reserve.
So I think several of you have at times advocated for transparency. That complicated formula is anything but transparent. One of the things I've been hammering on for a couple of years has been simplifying the calculation of how much people get paid from Proposition 3 and how much from the general fund, so that when you look at a spending page in the general fund book, you have an idea of how much groups of people are actually getting paid. So the administration's response is to make it even worse. So my recommendation is that you not pass a budget that has people being paid a combination of Proposition 3 and general fund, but instead you move a lump sum from Proposition 3 into the general fund each year to support salaries. Furthermore, if schools are to be consolidated, it shouldn't be because of an annual drumbeat from the Chief of Finance. We should not be hearing as part of every single budget proposal, we must close neighborhood schools. I would like to see the administration put some effort into actually encouraging students to go to neighborhood schools instead of dumping all the marketing money into schools that require them to leave their neighborhoods. I'm almost done. Next, on the previous salary schedule, even though it was clearly described as a $1,300 across-the-board raise for administrators, it was anything but across the board because it was prorated so that 12-month employees, which most administrators are, got way more than $1,300. I didn't have a chance to compare that with this book, so hopefully that was corrected, but I would check that before you vote for this budget. And 2 more points. I would suggest you as a board demand a complete organizational chart, particularly with respect to those employees that are not assigned to schools. And you should demand a complete set of job descriptions, which current and several former superintendents have been unwilling or unable to provide. And I would suggest you make that a requirement before you approve a budget. Thanks for the indulgence of the extra minute.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson.
Good evening. My biggest concern, one, I heard a lot about school consolidation tonight. I'm sorry, good evening again. My biggest concern was a lot around school consolidation. And when you talk about consolidating schools, if you look at one school in particular that is probably a victim of that is Capital Middle School. And when I look at this budget and I see where there were 4 deans of students this academic school year, and now it's proposed to only have 2 deans of students, I have a problem with that. Capital Middle has been on a good trajectory as to getting discipline under control, but it's not there yet. Why is in this budget is it proposed to have 2 deans versus 4 deans? I think that's something that you need to look at, and I think it's something that you need to consider as you talk about consolidating these schools, because people are going to need, these administrators and teachers are going to need all the support they can possibly receive on these campuses. And I think to echo what Interim Superintendent Adam Smith said today, when I heard Ms. Lopez speak about school consolidation, I said, it almost sounds as if that's a good thing. I said, I hope someone immediately changes the tone of the narrative on that. And Superintendent Smith, you did that. And I think that just shows another reason why you should be permanently placed. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further comment cards from the public, I believe, is it accurate that we return to comments from the board? Okay. All right. I have entered into the queue. Thank you so much for everyone who has given your comments. I hope that Ms. Lopez and Mr. Smith have been taking note. I do have a question about Dr. Finney's comment about the $1,300 salary increases for school site administrators versus administrators that are outside of school sites. I think you mentioned something about there being a substantial raise involved for those that are not at school sites?
No. The way the salary schedule is built is everything is based on 9 months. So when you give someone a raise, you base it on 9 months. But if you have a 10-month employee, 11-month employee, or a 12-month employee who works additional days, if you give them the same amount, it decreases their hourly rate, and you can't do that. So when the salary schedule is built, it starts with 9 months, and that is throughout every category in the book.
So it's based on the days that they work.
It's based on the days that they work. So for example, a teacher works 182 days, a 12-month employee works 261 days, or 262 depending on leap year or whatever. So it has to be based on the number of days based on the hourly rate. Years ago, and I know many of y'all remember Nadine Witt, who always did the salary schedule, and she's retired a couple of years ago. When we were building it, that had been a problem before, that people's hourly rate had been decreased, and so they had to go back and fix it. So we will never have that error again. The hourly rate and the number of days is calculated in every raise, not a stipend, a raise.
So that goes back to the comment that I've heard in the public about the fact that, teachers, although they have summers off and holidays off, they may be getting paid for those holidays, but they're not technically getting paid for their summer.
Correct.
Okay, and then thank you. The other was in regards to the administrators at Capital Middle. Mr. Smith, if you could speak to that comment as well.
Sure. Every school was based on the formula of that's based in our teacher-pupil ratio. But that's one of the things we're currently looking at now at those AUS schools on how we provide support. So again, The budget is not etched in stone. We can always go back, and as I mentioned in previous meetings, until we know who shows up, we begin to provide the additional supports that schools need them. So just like this current year, capital didn't start off with 4 deans. There was additional staff added based off the needs.
And am I correct in saying that for a while they operated with one principal between Capital Elementary and Capital Middle? And so this upcoming school year.
We just hired a permanent principal for the school.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mr. Gode.
Yes, just 2 quick items. Mr. Smith, I just wanted to reiterate, I'd asked for detail on, you gave me all of the information on the comprehensive staffing model, but I also asked for detail on where in the budget we were deviating from the comprehensive staffing model, which would take into account your AUS schools and things like that. So I would still like to receive that.
Sure.
Because I think that's important. The comprehensive staffing model is a good place to start, but it needs adjustments as we go forward. And I know there are some adjustments in here, but I really would like to see where those adjustments are, and also the changes, how changes were done from last year going into the proposed. Because a lot of times we get questions from parents, I'm losing this teacher at this school who I love, and it particularly seems to be in the fine arts area, music teachers and these sorts of things. And I guess there are a couple of things that people don't realize. Some of that, they may have been overstaffed before, or the principal might have made a decision they'd rather have another slot instead of that slot for the overall good of the school. And, then it comes, the principal ends up, and I'm not dumping on the principals, it's a budget cut or something like that. Well, that's a decision that they've made. So I would really like to have us have more insight into where those deviations from the comprehensive staffing model occurs. And I'd just like to make one other comment, since Ms. Matthews and Ms. Powell-Lewis talked some about truancy is a major issue. We have to solve that issue. And the attendance clerks at the schools are a key part of that. If the system we have today isn't working, the answer is not to throw out the system. The answer is to make the system work. And so let's just don't tear down the system and saying it doesn't work. Let's talk about how we improve the system to make it work. Because what we have today is a serious, serious problem in truancy. And I hate to say it this way, but 15 excused absences doesn't teach the kid any more than 15 unexcused absences. And so I recognize excused absences happen, but there are some excused absences and excused absences, and so I don't like the anecdotal kind of things coming in and saying, we need to look at that. We need to make the systems work, because that is a major issue for this district and every district in the country, and we need to be focusing on how do we make it work, not what the problems are. We have to acknowledge the problems, but let's make it work. Thanks.
Thank you, and I'll just interject, Mr. Gode, as well. I don't think that it's not like a system within the personnel. It's more of learning, like you said, how to work the technological system that we have. I think that is what the issue is. So whatever the case may be, we need to work on that. Okay, Ms. Sule.
Yes, mine's more of a clarification question with capital as the example. So they finished the school year with 4 deans, and now they're going to start the school year with 2 deans. As of right now, if this budget passes, who makes that decision? Who changes it from 4 to 2? I'm asking who, is that why? So that because the numbers of the students are going to drop?
Yes, based off
So
the
how do you-
projection.
So you know that the numbers of students dropped as the year went on?
Correct. Actually, what you have is what we have for the current projections for the 24-25 school year, and staffing is based off that comprehensive model that Mr. Gode just mentioned, and so that's what they were allotted. So if there's a need for additional support, ultimately the superintendent would make that decision with providing the additional support.
But the numbers dropped as the school year went on.
Yes.
So the numbers dropped, but the number of deans went up.
Because they needed it.
That's, I guess that's
Yeah.
what I'm not understanding. So
They didn't have, yeah, they didn't have.
if the number of kids dropped, but the number of deans went up, then why would the number of deans drop even though the number of kids is?
This past school year, they didn't have a permanent principal. They had one principal that was serving two schools.
So they
and
had four
it was-
deans to make the difference in the
Yeah,
principal.
yeah.
Okay.
And it was the decision of the administration to provide that support.
And so now because they have a principal, they're hoping to not need as many deans.
We hope, yes.
Okay, got it.
Great question.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Coach Lewis.
Ms. Lopez, transportation, their budget, is it $31 million?
Yes.
Okay. Just
It was
want-
higher in the revised because of the stipends, but it's gone back to what it typically is.
Okay, 31 million. Okay, thank you.
Thank-
You may have mentioned that and I just didn't hear it.
You're fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, there is no vote taken on the budget tonight, so we will now go to item B2, presentation of the proposed 2024-2025 proposed special revenue funds budget. I do apologize, y'all. Like I said, I have accountability timers. All right. So, Ms. Lopez and Mr. Smith, and yes, I'm about to silence my phone. Okay, the 2024 proposed special revenue funds budget? Okay.
So, good evening, Board. Again, the original that was presented to you on May 23rd was posted on Board Docs on May 20th as prescribed by statute. This one changed slightly due to the decrease in the amount of general fund reserve going to 35 million. So that's really the only change, and the removing of the district strategic initiative of 3 million. But other than that, everything else is the same. So we're going to go through it. But the updated version was available for review, as with the general fund budget, on June 3rd on Board Docs. Again, the revised statute 391307 requires a public hearing for all of our budgets. Tonight is that official public hearing. And again, the approval and timing, it is always preferred to have the budget approved before the beginning of the fiscal year. So total revenue over time. So again, this is special revenue. So this is inclusive of our grants and our propositions. So this chart shows the total revenues over the past 6 years. So you can see in 2018-19, we had $187.2 million. And in 24-25, we're projecting $210.8 million. And for the 21-22 through the 23-24, you can see the curve. And that is the ESSER dollars coming in and then going back out. Again, this is our special revenues expenditures over time. We start with the same time period, 18-19. We had approximately $181 million in expenditures. For 24-25, we're projecting $179.6 million. Again, it's pretty close to the original 181 because the ESSER funding has gone up and it's gone back out. So special revenue fund balances, typically grants do not carry funds over. Our Title I funds roll out. Our IDEA funds, they run out. We do have some funds that do remain with a fund balance. For example, we have child nutrition at $0.4 million, our eye care, which is 100% property tax funded at $4.7 million, and our Propositions 2 at $14.7 million, and Proposition 3 at $31.6 million. Our total Proposition 2. So for our projected revenues is at $8.8 million. Our expenditures are $6.7 million for a total fund balance of $14.7 million. And our staffing is staying basically the same for this proposition for next year. For Proposition 3, projected revenue is $44.9 million, expenditures at $41.9 million, for a total fund balance of $28.1 million. IDEA, and this is inclusive of both IDEA traditional and IDEA pre-kindergarten. Projected revenues at $11.6 million, expenditures $11.6 million, and again, there will be no more fund balance. You do see that we are increasing staffing slightly, and again, as Mr. Smith explained, on the 23rd, that is due to a change of how we are staffing our classrooms for inclusion. Our title funding, which is inclusive of Title I, Title II, Title III, Title III Immigrant, Title IV, and Title IX, we're projecting $24.1 million and expenditures of $24.1 million with a slight increase in population of staffing, and a lot of that is they are assisting us with some of our positions needed that are being removed from ESSER and coming back into the district. For early childhood education, this is a combination of local and state funding. We have revenues of $15.9 million, expenditures of $15.5 million for a fund balance of $0.4 million. And the staffing, again, is going to increase slightly as we continue to grow out our early childhood for our youngest learners throughout the district. Our literacy funding is at $6.8 million in revenues, $6.8 million in expenditures for a zero fund balance, and we will maintain the same staffing this year of 42. Any questions?
Thank you so much for the presentation. Questions or comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none. Questions or comments from the public at this time? Dr. Finney, are you coming for this item? Okay, Dr. Finney.
Thank you. It bothers me every year that you have this discussion about a bunch of special funds, and for purposes of these books, we pretend there aren't 20 or so salaries being paid out of Proposition 1. I understand the accounting reason to not include Proposition 1 because it's mostly a capital improvement fund. However, it is not entirely for capital improvements, and it's impossible for people to get the full picture of what's going on if we pretend it doesn't exist. Furthermore, you have about this many pages of details on the general fund and about this much detail on each of the special funds, some of which are in the order of tens or hundreds of millions of dollars. That's a problem. I think you should demand more detail on the special funds. And finally, this applied more to the last hearing than this one, but you should be consistent about what you call each school and use that name forever. With respect to this discussion, whatever we're going to call a particular fund, it should be called that same thing in every context. Because I challenge you to look at contracts in the meeting later tonight or any other meeting and tie that back to a particular page in the general fund book. I don't think you can do it because I've tried really hard and it's nearly impossible, and because folks are afraid to take questions or answer questions from the public, there is no clear way for the public to get that information. So the solution is to make it fully transparent and consistent. Remember, this is an educational institution. We expect our students to document things well and to use consistent structure, spell things the same way on every usage. It's not unreasonable to expect the same level of performance from adults making six figures. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the public, we will now return to comments from the board. Okay. Seeing none, thank you so much for all who have participated in our public hearing and board workshop. This meeting is now adjourned. We will start in about 3 minutes with our committee of the whole meeting. Thank you.
Everybody awake now? Look, it's 7:12. We got an agenda to work through. Madam Secretary, will you please call the roll?
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Present.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Present.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Present.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. But given the lateness of the hour and the fact that we still have to get in a special meeting to the board, although I think that will be I hope that will be very brief after this, I'm going to go ahead and institute our shorter time limits for speaking, which is, if I remember correctly, Ms. Harmon, 3 minutes for board members and 1 minute for members of the public. If there's a particular item that's more substantial, then I'll try to grant a little leeway on the clock there, but we need to get through with this. So with that said, moving right along, first item is item B1, information only, a fiscal transparency report. That information is only, no report given, it's just provided in the attachments to the board docs, so please take a look at that. Thank you again to Mr. Rust for championing that. Oh, okay, please.
Just a suggestion I think would be useful on this report would be to the right of the amount column, put year to date. That way we could see a running total for each vendor. I think it'd be, thank you.
Great idea. Thank you, Mr. Ballou. All right. Any other comments on item B1? All right. Moving ahead to item C, items for consideration. Item C1, advertising in official journal 2024-2025. Consideration of a request for the approval to select the Advocate as the official journal newspaper advertising of the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for the fiscal year 2024-2025. Is there a motion?
Yes.
Mr. Blue so moves, seconded by Ms. Stewart. Thank you very much. Any comments from members of the board? Seeing none. Members of the public, anybody wishing to speak on C1, making the Advocate the official journal? Nope. All right. Seeing no comments from the public, coming back to the board. Any comments from members of the board? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote.
Please, I may not be signed into the meeting, sorry. Let's see. My bad. Here we go. All right.
Did you refresh? Or you weren't logged in? Oh. Mr. Russ, are you good?
You'd think we'd have this down, all of us now, but.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on. Item C2, advertising of bids 2024-2025. Consideration of a request to authorize staff to advertise, receive, and award bids for materials, equipment, supplies, and services through June 30th, 2025 to the lowest responsible bidder/proposer, meeting specifications, and all state and federal requirements for quotes and formal invitations to bid. This is a routine thing that we vote on every year. Mr. Smith, did you want to say anything about it real quick?
No, sir. Basically, this is just seeking approval for those items that are approved in the general fund budget, so we don't have to have every item come up for a bid or quote.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Is there a motion? Ms. Stewart moves. Is there a second? Mr. Lewis? All right. So it's been moved and seconded. Any comment from members of the board? That was by Ms. Stewart. All right, second by Mr. Lewis. All right, and seeing no comments from members of the board, we'll turn to comments from members of the public on item C2. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, back to comments from the board. Anybody want in the queue on that one? Going once, going twice. None. So, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Right now, please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving right along, making good time. Item C3, semi-annual financial tax plan update. Consideration of a request for the approval of the actual December 2023 semi-annual financial tax plan update and the 2023-2024 revised budgets for propositions 1, 2, and 3, strategic alignment, operational excellence. Is there a motion? Ms. Stewart's my go-to motion mover today. Is there a second? Mr. Rust is second. All right. Any comments from members of the board? Seeing none, we will turn to comments from members of the public. Ms. Storm Matthews.
Any chance I can get my 2 minutes since I didn't talk on those previous items?
You can have 2 minutes, yes, ma'am.
I intended on being at the Oversight Committee meeting, but that actually was like the day my dad died, so I didn't quite make that one. I come before you because Broadmoor, obviously, we can't do anything with its $15 million. It needs to be torn down, and that costs $441,000. So I suggest to the Oversight Committee, who hopefully will then bring it to you all, to tear down Broadmoor with the $441,000 and then divide up the rest of the, where's the number? You're rushing me here. $7,279,500. Divide that amongst Terra and Sherwood, because Sherwood was built in 1967. Terra was built in 1970. Sherwood is not on the tax plan until 2028. Terra is not on the tax plan until 2029. Guess what? Neither of those schools have ever had a help me, stroke is striking. Neither one of them have ever, that timer is really messing with me right now.
They haven't got any capital improvements from the
Thank you.
tax
They've never
plan.
had anything done to them ever. Both schools still have original carpet. They have carpet from 1967 and carpet from 1970 in their schools. In fact, at Sherwood right now, we could not have classes in the back building the last couple of weeks of school because the rat urine was so bad, we couldn't have children back there. That is happening at Sherwood Middle Academic Magnet, your A school that brings kids in from private schools. We couldn't do that. We've never had anything at Sherwood. We're not up for anything but $5 million in the tax plan. Terra Hess gets $5 million in the tax plan also in 2028 and 2029. Okay? I am begging the Oversight Committee that we take that $7 million, or it's $14 million, but split it into $7 million and give it to these two schools. One is growing. They are now a school of choice. Kids are coming to them. And Sherwood has been drawing children from private schools for years. The schools that get put on the tax plan, it's political. I'm not
Thank
sure.
you, Ms. Matthews.
Okay, I love y'all, and I'm going to email
Thank you,
all
Ms.
of you
Matthews.
about it. Thank you.
Next up, Dr. Finney.
Among the other things, this item says that you are approving revised budgets for propositions 1, 2, and 3. I looked and I did not see a revised budget for proposition 1. So I'm not sure how you can approve something if it's not part of the backup. So maybe somebody can point out a page number. There's a page with some revenues that I saw, and there's some talk about expenses. But if you've got 3 propositions, again, you would demand of a middle school research report parallel construction. If there are 3 propositions that are part of the tax plan, there should be corresponding documentation available to the public on each of those. So I would suggest rejecting this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from members of the public? President Powell Lewis, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the comments that have been given by our public. A couple of questions. If someone could reply to Dr. Finney's question about the revised budget for Proposition 1.
Either Mr. Crochet or Mr. Noel can come forward.
Good evening.
Hi.
So Proposition 1 is a capital projects fund, and that budget is approved for the life of the project. But there are revised budgets in there for the revenue part of Proposition 1. But for Propositions 2 and 3, the revenue and the expenditures contain revised budgets within the book.
Okay. And I think, Dr. Finney, your question was mainly in regards to it being supported in the backup documents. Am I correct? I know you shouldn't be answering from the floor, but.
It would be specifically in pages 13 through 15 in,
Okay.
In the book.
Okay.
It wouldn't be an issue if not for the people who are paid salaries from that fund.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, my other question, and that's it for you, I appreciate it. My other question is, can we get some support for Sherwood Middle and their pest control issue? Because of course, we brought that to the light, possibly even checking the pest control issues at the other schools as well.
I'll have Mr. Morales follow up with Principal Noel Monday.
Okay. And then lastly, thank you so much, Ms. Matthews, for sharing your comments. I would also just like to state for the record that Capitol High is not a part of the tax plan at all. So we know that we could definitely use funds towards the renovation or the replacement of their buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. I've entered the queue. I think Ms. Matthews' comments and the issues that she raises illustrate why we really desperately need to work on a comprehensive facilities plan, and move forward with the effort that my colleagues, Mr. Rust and Mr. Goday, began. And we need to get that RFP out on the street. We need to get that work done, because that work is only the first step in really looking comprehensively at it, so we're not making decisions because one school had an impassioned advocate and the other school did not have an impassioned advocate. We need to be looking comprehensively at the facilities needs of our school, whether it's Sherwood Middle's need for new carpet, because, is that an antique? Is there value in antique value in a 1967 carpet? Or whether it's the track field at Terra High School, or the needs at Capitol Middle, or the needs at Capitol High, or any of the many needs that we have. We really need to be making these not so much on a political, I like this school, I don't like that school, or I heard most recently from an advocate for this place. We need to look at it comprehensively. So I just want to encourage us to move as rapidly as we possibly can on that. Thank you. Mr. Goday.
Yeah, just to follow up very briefly, on that about getting a comprehensive plan, I have already talked to President Powell Lewis about hurriedly creating an ad hoc committee or a task force or whatever with Mr. Russ or someone as the lead to follow that up and continue pushing that through, because all of this anecdotal thing is nice, but it's not really informative, because I can sit here and say, look, Broadmoor Auditorium is not air conditioned. I don't know how many of you know that, but we have a major high school with an auditorium that has no air conditioning. It never has, or heat. And so we need to, everyone's going to have needs and everyone's going to have wishes. I can show you other schools. Glasgow right now has ceilings that leak, but we're not doing anything very much over there because we're getting ready to rebuild that building. Highland Elementary has an auditorium where half the seats are broken. So we can go on and on and on. And, someone getting up here with impassioned plea is great, but some of the stuff like carpet and some of that stuff's really routine maintenance that needs to be done. It's not a capital project. So we need to have a way for Mr. Morales to be able to get these things in and put it in the list and not coming to the board for the board to take action on these things, because we're not in a position to do that. But we are in the position, and I hope that you appoint that task force or working group or whatever you want to call it very quickly so that work can continue. Thanks.
I will be making that announcement soon. Thank you.
Okay, any further comments from the board? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve this item. We've had comments from the public and the board, so Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Excellent, thank you. All right, moving on to item C4, 2024-2025 Property and Casualty Insurance Program Policies. Consideration of a request to authorize the administration to approve the most cost-effective property and casualty insurance program policy renewal package for the East Baton Rouge Parish School System for the 2024-2025 fiscal year and to provide for related matters. Is there a motion?
I'd like to move that we refer this to the regular meeting without recommendation pending the receipt of further information.
Okay, Mr. Goday has moved that we defer this without recommendation to the full board. Is there a second for that motion? Ms. Stewart seconds that motion. Okay. Is there any discussion? Mr. Goday.
Yes, and Mr. Crochet, if you'd like to come up, let me just give a little background for my concerns on this. We made a recommendation or a request for an RFP for a consultant to look at this thing, and it took forever to get that done, and the consultant's just about ready to give out their report. And I think we ought to be in receipt of that report before we do this. I also have concerns, which I'll let Mr. Crochet perhaps address, but there are things in this setup that make me uncomfortable. 2 or 3 years ago, we asked for a listing of commissions that were made by the insurance agents, which we got, and I've asked for an update of that, which I have not received yet. I realize I just asked you for it. That's why I'm postponing it. But 3 years ago, the commissions on this insurance was like $450,000, which is not an insignificant amount. And then in the last year, we put in a cap of $300,000, and then miraculously, it came in under the cap. But then you go read through the contract, and they say other subsidiary companies and things like that associated with them can receive commissions that aren't part of that. So I just don't feel like there's any sunshine being spread upon this. There are also things in talking with other folks that I'm not sure we're doing ourselves a favor for some of the major insurance, particularly named storm insurance, particularly when we have a large general fund balance. We could self-insure that and save maybe $1 million in premiums and things like that. So there's just a lot of questions that I have that the intent was for this consultant to be able to come in and tell us more about this. And so I think where we are right now, to be honest, is we're going to have very little option but to go with what we got, okay? But what I'd like to see us do when we approve that is put out an RFP written by the consultant who knows all the businesses in this and specializes in school insurance, and have that RFP go out written by him and he lead the evaluation of that for our next year, because we've been with the same company for what, 20-something years?
It's changed, Mr. Goday.
Well, they sold it to another company. It's the same company.
And they've partnered with Gallagher as well.
So they've partnered, it's the same people though, same local people are doing it. And I just think that we need to shed some sunshine on this and look at it, because what I've been told is the policies that we have, the structure of it's outdated, and there are things that we can do. I've also gotten things that school districts double our size, we're getting the same amount of services for less than $100,000 in commissions and things like that. So I'm not saying that's the right answer or what. I don't think we can probably deviate from this because time is short, but I'd like to see us shine an ultraviolet light on this and get a sanitized version so we know exactly what we're getting, how we're getting it, and where we're getting it from, and what are we paying for. Because right now, you guys know I'm a budget wonk, and I can dig through accounts and stuff like that. I can't tell you right now what we're paying for the services that we're getting. And I don't feel comfortable voting for it. Right now, I have to vote for it because it's too late. And it really upsets me that we didn't get this done earlier, because it took 4 or 5 months to get the RFP out and put together and stuff like that, which really, that alone upsets me. But I just think we need to get a lot more information. Now, I guess the insurance guy is not here today. Oh, she is, okay. But, you know, I'd like to have some thoughts about this, because with the merging of Marsh and Gallagher and everyone else, I don't know which shell the P is under.
Sure.
As it's going through this. And I would just feel much more, I just feel the need to put a lot of spotlight and some sunshine on this, because a couple $100,000 would buy her carpet. Okay? So that's why I'm saying to defer it to the next meeting. And I would happily give Mr. Crochet time, or anyone from the thing, to discuss that. And look, I'm not saying anybody's done anything wrong. Don't get me wrong, I'm not at all. But I just think we need to step back and take a big picture look and go through it from the very beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goday. We'll give time to Mr. Crochet when the board members have had a chance to weigh in. I generally agree with you. There's in my experience elsewhere, purchasing insurance for public entities is a very Byzantine process, and it is not the same as purchasing insurance by private entities, and that makes for complexities. And so it is certainly incumbent upon us to look very closely at those costs. So I certainly agree with that. I think you're also right that we will not have any choice but to vote for this, because hurricane season has started, and we got to be renewed by July 1st or we're at severe risk. So so I do that. I share your frustration. There's any number of RFPs that I've wanted to move much faster, such as our budget consultant and several others that we've got to get moving much more quickly, because we need in these areas, we really need some fundamental reexamination of how we go about doing things. So I support that. Mr. Lewis.
Bravo, Mike. Great question. Seriously. It's a lot of money to pay for some just in case something happens. That's all insurance is, just in case something happens. Great question.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Any further comments from the board? All right, seeing none. Comments from the public? Any comments from the public? Oh, Mr. Crochet, I'm sorry, did you want to add anything?
They are here tonight, our insurance folks, and they do have a presentation if y'all would like to see it.
Do we want to hear? I mean, we're gonna have to hear it all in 2 weeks anyway, and time is kind of short.
Might change your question.
I mean, there's been a lot of work that's going into this, and so they're here.
All right, they're here. Let them present then. Sure.
This is Mr. Eric Alexander from Marshall McLennan Agency, and Jill Kivion from Gallagher.
Thank you, board. Again, it's a pleasure to be up here presenting. I have worked with the school board for at least 6, 7 years before. It was David Daniel, and he mentored me to be his predecessor. We've worked with Jill as well at Gallagher for a very long time in a different capacity. Last year, we decided instead of working with them as a broker, we decided to team up with them and co-broker this account, which I think has boded well for the district as far as cost savings go. We do have a presentation, PowerPoint. Does she have a PowerPoint or no? Maybe not.
I'll send it to Dana and you.
Okay. Well, basically, you guys received this document. It's entitled East Baton Rouge Parish School System Proposal.
Do you have the PowerPoint?
I have a hard copy if y'all just want it. Anyway, what we had was just basically an overview of this proposal. It's just a very shortened version. I know we don't want to inundate y'all with insurance. But anyway, we co-broke the account. Marsh is one of the largest brokers in the world. Not that makes a difference. We've been working with y'all before it was David Daniel, was Daniel and Uses is now, and now it's me. So although the faces has changed, the people that represent this company has not. Basically, in a nutshell, you are, and a lot of school districts are in a high deductible plan, meaning that you reap the benefits of having great loss control. You share the cost in your losses, and after that, the insurance company shares the losses after that. So I think what's important to know from a district standpoint is that excellent loss control, you reap the benefits of that. So.
And I do think there's some analysis to be done on the deductible, raising deductibles. Just historically, if you look at 10 years, and we don't know the way those claims are going to develop, obviously, with higher verdicts across the country that we're seeing, and especially in Louisiana. But historically for y'all, we had 2 years, I think in 17 and 18, and this is from a liability perspective, not property, that's a whole different ballgame, but that went over your deductible. So 2 years out of 10, I think you could raise your deductible this year, potentially, on the liability side, which I think the consultant is working on that analysis with ourselves. So that is an area. Do y'all have like the year over year? Okay. And I know everyone in the room probably knows about the fire that happened this year. So getting a reduction on property with the fire was difficult, but you do have a property reduction as well this year. After those first layer of your carriers, you have 11 carriers that make up your normal property policies. The first layer of those, the first 10 million, they had an over $2 million payout this year.
And for the
that
general
fire.
public, our deductible is $500,000.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
For fire.
For fire, and
yeah.
then wind is 5%. Named storm.
Named storm,
Named
wind.
storm, and then
2%
all
for
other.
all other wind.
Yeah.
And they're working on pulling up the presentation.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you. Any general questions that we can answer while they're, oh, there it is.
And do we work this, or do y'all work this? How does?
I think we can.
Okay.
There you go.
There we go. Like I said, this is the team. Introduce you to the team. I'm Eric. This is Jill again. Account managers. It's like you get, double the agencies for price of one, really.
Right, and just to clarify, we are not the same agency. We were not purchased. We are two separate, different agencies.
Which is rare because
Yeah.
generally, technically, we're competitors, but we decided to work together on this to make it better. So these are all the policies that we write for the school district. And you can see the percentage of premium change from last year to this year.
So on property alone is an 8% or 7.8% decrease, and that's the line that got hit with that fire. If you look down to the general liability line, that's a package policy, so it includes your auto. Your auto is hugely driving this premium, the auto exposure in general.
And there was a question that we received from Mr. Crochet early about what if we had cameras inside the autos. Now and it was asking if some savings will be reaped from installing cameras. Now, not initially, but I think from a standpoint of being able to close claims quickly and quickly identify why claims happen, that's where you see the savings in claims.
Not to mention to know which children were on the bus. So often with school boards, we see parents will put children on the bus that were not even on the bus the day of the accident, and then they're included in the lawsuit. So the cameras really help identify, well, that child wasn't on the bus that day. So we're going to pull them out of the lawsuit. It's easy to tell the attorneys, we have video.
So yes, there are indirect cost savings to things like that and other loss control. And these are just the lines of coverage. Like I said, the previous slide showed the lines of coverage with the premiums. These are the actual lines of coverage for property, your liability, your excess workers' comp, and other ancillary lines that we write, like your auto physical damage, cyber crime, medical student accident, and drone. And I think y'all still have that drone program, if I'm not mistaken. And then optional quotes that we've offered in the past is active assailant and terrorism. So this year, like we have alluded to, I mean, you know, we were probably just as shocked as you to see the premium for the property to actually decrease, even though we had a fire. That was huge.
Yeah.
That was huge. You see that the rate went from 0.25 to 0.23. You know, your excess workers' comp. When it comes to having a high deductible program, it's very important that we stay on top of those losses and find out trends and why those losses are occurring, to one, try to prevent those from continuing to incur, but also to close those, to get those claims closed, because those claims just continue to grow and grow and grow, and they could grow over the deductible. So I guess the two important points that are made there is, one, find out why the same claims keep occurring, if there is a trend there, and how can we get those claims closed as quickly as possible.
Yeah, the property policy also, one of your layers in the property policy offered a 2-year rate guarantee this year. So the last probably, I would say 5 years, that's unheard of that the property market in Louisiana is offering rate guarantees to stabilize the pricing. So that's just a benefit. Not all of the carriers offer that in the first layer, which we added a new carrier this year to that first layer, which did drive down the premium. So this premium has been driven down, like I would say around $300,000 from the start of our negotiations a month ago, 2 months ago, on the property insurance.
Right.
And that rate guarantee was something that they're trying to attract. Like, I want a long-term partnership with the school board. They're the lead layer, so it was really great of them to come in with that 2-year rate guarantee.
And generally, by the time of this meeting, the final numbers aren't necessarily there. We're still working and negotiating with insurance carriers to try to continue to get that number down. I believe last year it was just before 7/1 where we were still working on lowering the cost of insurance.
And the market has shifted this year for sure, and it's getting capacity is coming back to Louisiana, which is great for homeowners. It's great for public entities. Just to see that shift where people, and its interest rates are helping that among other things, but it's good to see carriers coming back in and getting aggressive again.
Yep. And like I said, we're not going to spend too much on these slides. These are just some things that have occurred throughout the course of last year and this year, and some things that we're doing and why we do what we're doing. So I'm going to move on. And here is just a table of the premiums paid, this is just property, total insured value of your property and the rates associated with that, and how we come up with the premium.
And we've been stair-stepping that, and your team has been stair-stepping the property values over the past 10 years, and really, we couldn't do it all in 1 year like a lot of the insurance company pushed public entities to do, and really everyone across the state of Louisiana. People were vastly underinsured after Ida. So it's a very much a stair-step process to get that to where you're insured to replacement cost value, which is what the insurance carriers want to see.
and we're still not quite there yet, but we try to work on that and work with James every year to try to see how close we can get to total, the correct value, replacement cost
Fusion
value.
Architects is also a big help in that, which shall engage them.
And here are your limits of liability for your property coverage as well as the deductibles. And as we alluded to before, we're a part of what they call a layered program. So there are several different insurance companies that take part of your program. So this first layer here, Berkshire, Alesco, Westchester Core, they are a part of the first 10 million. So if there was a $3 million hit on property, those are the companies that would have to pay for that. And so as we go higher, people have more interest in the property program. And I will say that we do have flood included in this program, which is really unheard of as far as property goes. And I tell you, in 2017, we were happy to have that flood. 16, we're happy to have that flood when we had that big flood.
Which they paid out the full limit for the flood. Now, again, it didn't pay all the flood damage for sure, but FEMA wants to see that, and you do have obtain and maintain on that with FEMA.
And these are just claims from 2015 to 2024. I think overall, when we talk about claims from auto, workers' comp, I think we're trending in the right direction and going down. So that's just a testament to loss control and what they've done to be able to try to qualm some of these claims.
I have a question. Could you go back up a few slides? Can we pull the the one that kind of showed the history of the premiums and which carrier placed
The
it?
property side,
Yeah.
I think that is.
Yeah. It was like 3 or 4 before the last one.
Sorry.
Can we put that? All right. Thank you, tech folks. All right. Yeah. No. That one.
Yep.
That one. So what it looks like is in 2022-23, the pure premium went up a lot.
Yep.
And that was a year when we switched from having a single. It says market, I assume that means that's the carrier.
Yes.
Right? And we had a single carrier before, and then we switched to multiple carriers. Is that, what was going on in the market? That was just some market conditions we had no control over, or what?
Conditions right after Ida.
Okay.
So that's when everyone jumped out of the state and said, we're no longer writing in Louisiana.
I gotcha.
So no one was willing to write your whole property program
Okay.
all with one carrier. That's
So that's-
exactly what that was.
That's what really drove things up.
Even though y'all didn't have a large, you know,
Right.
it didn't matter.
That didn't matter.
It
Yeah.
was the capacity in the state of Louisiana.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other more questions for the presenters? Mr. Lewis, you're in the queue for after the public. Okay. All right. All right. Any other questions? All right. Then it is time for, thank you very much.
You're
We
welcome.
appreciate
Thank
the
you.
presentation. Public comment, we have a card from Dr. James Finney. Oh, he waves. Okay. Thank you very much. So the motion is to defer this. Is there any further comments from members of the board? All right, so the motion is to defer this without recommendation to the full meeting of the board. And so, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving right along, item C5, resolution, reject uninsured motorist coverage, consideration of a request for the approval of the resolution authorizing the board president and the superintendent to execute and sign all documents to reject uninsured motorist coverage in connection with the East Baton Rouge Parish School System's automobile liability coverage and its self-insured retention program for the 2024-2025 fiscal year. Is there a motion? All right. Mr. Blue so moves. Is there a second? Mr. Rust. All right. Any discussion from members of the board? Seeing none, we'll move to members of the public. Ms. Matthews, you have a comment on this one? No, that you got C6, I'm sorry. Oh, there's the number 6, sorry about that. All right, no members of the public. Any members of the public? Seeing none, back to the board. Any members of the board wishing to comment? Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on. Item C6, professional services contracts, exceptional student services. All right. Consideration of a request for the approval of professional services contracts between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and the following. A, Deaf Resource Center of Greater Baton Rouge, LLC, in the amount of $80,000 to provide qualified sign language interpreter services to students. Funding source, IDEA 611. Alphabet B, Dr. Kashunda L. Williams, LP, BCBA-D, NCSP, Sundry Behavioral Services in the amount of $60,000 to provide applied behavior analysis services. Funding source, IDEA 611. Alphabet C, Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College on behalf of Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center in the amount of $78,450 to provide professional development and specialized support for students with disabilities. Funding source, redesign, IDEA 611. Alphabet D, Board of Supervisors of Louisiana State University and Agricultural and Mechanical College on behalf of Louisiana State University Health Sciences Center in the amount of $84,000 to provide professional development and specialized support for autism services. Funding source, redesign, IDEA 611. Alphabet E, Egan Healthcare Corporation, DBA Egan Oshner HCBS River Parishes in the amount of $198,000 to provide nursing services to students with disabilities. Funding source, IDEA 611. Alphabet F, Chase Healthcare in the amount of $93,200 to provide nursing services to students with disabilities. Funding source, IDEA 611. Alphabet G, Turner LLC in the amount of $1,211,600 to provide nursing services to students with disabilities. Funding source, IDEA 611. Alphabet H, Pediatric Services of America LLC, DBA Eviana Healthcare in the amount of $932,000 to provide nursing services to students with disabilities. Funding source, IDEA 611. Is there a motion?
I need to recuse myself from this item.
Okay, Mr. Goday recuses himself. Is there a motion? Mr. Lewis moves. Is there a second? And Mr. Ballou. All right. Thank you. I will note that I am not recusing myself, notwithstanding the fact that it says LSU in here, because this is a different campus of LSU that I do not work for. So this is not my agency under the applicable statutes relating to the Code of Ethics. So, any comments from members of the board on this item? No. All right. Members of the public, another one for this. Okay, we'll start with Ms. Storm Matthews.
This was my excuse to bring up the nurses, which was why I was so excited to hear Board Member Russ bring up the nurses earlier. And I wanted to start with, y'all stole my thunder, really. Just, wanted to say, why did we continue CETO's plan to get rid of the lake? And then y'all kind of brought it out with the 10 nurses. So again, y'all stole all of my thunder. But I understand that the special ed nurses were never really under the lake. But why do we have to go through so many different places to get the specific? I understand all of our kids have very specific needs. And so we have to find people that meet their individual needs. But does it require all of these very specific places that may only have one person to meet the needs? or, God.
To answer your question, Mrs. Matthews, no one vendor can provide us with all the need. And so that's why we have multiple agencies providing the services. There may be more, but we have to seek out depending on the number of students that we get throughout the year. So it's not one vendor that can provide all the nurses that we need.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Dr. Finney.
I would suggest that it would have been better to bifurcate this into at least 3 separate items, because it appears as though you're drawn from 2 different funding sources. Idea 611, which I did see in the table of contents of the special fund book, and redesign Idea 611, which I did not find in the table of contents of the special fund book. Furthermore, the first 4 don't appear to be associated with hiring LPNs, the last 4 do, and so they're materially different. So I would suggest it would have made more sense to have at least 3 separate agenda items, if not 8. Furthermore, why are we hiring Chase, Turner, and Pediatric Services of America instead of approving a job description for LPNs and employing LPNs? That would almost certainly provide better compensation, better working conditions, and better nursing coverage. And finally, a couple of these are well over $250,000. I'm wondering if there was an RFQ since federal money was involved. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any further public comments? All right, returning to comments from the board. Any comments from the board? All right, hearing none. Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving right along. Yes, sir.
I would just like to make one quick comment. A member of the public alluded to the fact that it was a prior administration that decided to get rid of the nurses. That is absolutely not true. What happened was the lake wanted out of the contract or a $6 million increase in their cost, either one of which was not acceptable to us. So that was a decision by the lake, not a decision by the prior administration.
Thank you, Mr. Godet. All right, moving on. Item 7, grants, early childhood. Consideration of a request for the approval of the following 2024-2025 early childhood grants. Sub A, early childhood workforce planning grant in the amount of $100,000 for workforce planning. Sub B, early childhood Ready Start network grant in the amount of $100,000 for the Ready Start initiative. And Sub C, Early Childhood Community Network Lead Agency Grant in the amount of $356,475 to support the EBR Early Childhood Community Network. Strategic alignment, student achievement. Is there a motion? Mr. Lewis moves. Is there a second? Ms. Stewart. All right. All right. Is there a presentation or anything like that about this item, Mr. Smith? Okay. No. No. We'll see if any board members have comments. Comments or questions from the board? All right. All right. Then comments from the public. Item C7. Big surprise. Change in lineup, not at all. Ms. Matthews.
Very quick question. With the state cutting $9 million from early childhood, so this question goes for all of the early childhood items on the agenda. Does that affect any of the funding for any of these items? Does it make it where any of this is not 100% funded by the state or by grants? So making sure none of it comes out of the general fund.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Matthews. We'll get somebody to answer that after the public comments. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. I'm just noting that this is consideration of request for the approval of 3 grants. It is not request for the approval of spending any money from those grants, which I would hope would come back before the board, because I couldn't match these to entries in the table of contents of the special fund book. So I trust those budget considerations will come to you later. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any further comments from members of the public? No. All right, Dr. Griffin, would you confirm that we don't have to pay for this out of our own pocketbook?
Short answer, no.
No.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Why don't we answer, can we answer Dr. Finney's question while we're at it?
Yes, so the Ready Start Network and the lead agency budgets were in the special fund budget. I had to turn it in myself. The workforce budget was not, because we were not aware we were going to get that grant literally until I think Mr. Smith had to do a special approval for us to get it into this board meeting in time. So that's why. So that $100,000 can be added into the special revenue budget now.
Okay, great. And we're making adjustments to the budget left and right as we go through the public process, as we should. So we'll just add that in. Thank you. All right. No more comments from the public. Are there any further comments from the board on item C7? Mr. Blue.
I'd just like to call for a roll call vote while I restart my laptop.
All right. Madam Secretary, please call for a roll call vote.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yeah.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Yes.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. All right. Moving right along, item 8, C8, Memorandum of Understanding, Early Childhood, LA4. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, lead agency, and the following. Sub A, Baton Rouge Ochsner Discovery in the amount of $223,200. B, God's Little Angels Child Care in the amount of $55,800. C, Greater Bridge Academy Child Care in the amount of $111,600. D, Impact Charter School in the amount of $111,600. E, Just Us Child Care Baton Rouge in the amount of $111,600. F, Kidoscope in the amount of $55,800. G, Little Dreamers Academy Child Care in the amount of $111,600. H, South Baton Rouge Charter Academy in the amount of $223,200. I, Second Baptist Christian Academy in the amount of $55,800 to expand early childhood seats. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source Cecil J. Picard LA4 grant. Is there a motion? Ms. Stewart and Mr. Rust. Thank you very much. All right, Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Shamlin, this is probably a question for Mr. Shamlin. We've all been hearing in the news about Impact Charter and the things that are going on with them with misappropriations of funds and things like that. Where do we stand with that? Should we bifurcate this item and just?
Well, I don't think we need to. We've already reached out to the LDOE. They're not under any state audit, but however, the federal government is looking into it. But according to the MOU, we can request any information if that audit comes up negative from the federal, and we can also enter out of the MOU within, I guess, 30 days.
Yeah, we have language in the MOU. We actually specifically reviewed it when this came up. We have language in the MOU that gives the board the authority to request an audit and a full reporting from them if there's any concern regarding the use of funding. And so that's built into the MOU along with the exit clause.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Madam President?
Thank you. Mr. Smith or Dr. Griffin, if one of you can just state for the record for the public that may be watching from home or what have you, why the difference in the amounts where we see 6 figures for some locations and then 5 figures for others?
I think that's because of the number of seats allocated for each grant.
So that means that some of the schools have less seats available than others. And that's for the difference in the amount. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Any further comment from members of the board? All right, seeing none, we'll turn to comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
I think this should definitely be bifurcated, at least to the extent that letters B, C, E, F, G, and I are one type of school. And for A, D, and H, you're using state money that presumably as a lead agency, we have some discretion about how it gets distributed. And we're providing a dedicated stream of students to what I think are not very good charters. I guess that's redundant because I haven't found a charter in Baton Rouge that I think is worth having. But in particular, Impact Charter has been in the news lately. This board never got the opportunity to weigh in on whether they should get a charter because they're in Baker, even though their business plan depends on our tax money from East Baton Rouge. And the board declined giving a charter contract to Baton Rouge Oxnard Discovery. Yet it appears as though we're going to provide guaranteed seats for a whole bunch of pre-K students out on the edge of the district. I think that's very bad policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Finney. Any further comments from the public? Okay, we'll return to comments from the board. Any comments from the board? Madam Secretary, please call the vote. Are we good for a computer vote, Mr. Ballou? Yes. All right.
And to confirm, it was Ms. Stewart and Mr. Russ for the maker and the second?
Yeah.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. All right, moving along, item C9, Memorandum of Understanding, Early Childhood Microcenters. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board, lead agency, and the following. A, Kids Carousel at Crestworth Elementary. B, Kids Carousel at Baton Rouge Foreign Language Academic Immersion Magnet. C, London Bridge at Westminster Elementary. D, London Bridge at Baton Rouge Center, Visual and Performing Arts. E, Little Dreamers at Northeast Elementary to expand early childhood seats. Is there a motion? Ms. Stewart, is there a second? Ms. Soule, thank you very much. All right, comments from members of the board. All right. All right, seeing none, we will turn to comments from members of the public. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. I'm reminded of Mr. Goday's periodic call for a facilities master plan. One or two private facilities operating in public buildings is problematic enough, but now we're up to at least 5 or 6. And in particular, I'm disturbed by the creep from a reimagined grant that supposedly used grant funding to expand BRCVPA and BR Flame, presumably with public employees, and because the licensure wasn't ready. Even though lots of money got spent at Flame in particular, and probably some at BRCVPA to make those suitable for 3-year-olds, we're providing that as a place for a private business to operate. I think that's a slippery slope you may not want to go down. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the public? All right, returning to comments from the board. Any members of the board wish to comment? All right, seeing nothing, Madam Secretary, please vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on, item 10, Memorandum of Understanding, Early Childhood Microcenter, Louisiana's Early Childhood. Consideration of a request for the approval of a Memorandum of Understanding between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board Lead Agency and the YWCA at Capital Elementary in the amount of $309,770 to expand early childhood seats. Strategic alignment, student achievement, funding source, Louisiana's Early Childhood Grant. Is there a motion? Ms. Stewart and Ms. Soule again. Thank you very much. Any comments from members of the board? President Powell-Lewis.
Thank you. I just wanted to share that the supporter of this this particular item, Ms. Diana Payton, she was here earlier, but because of the extensive activities that we've had tonight, she had to go home to be with family. But in the case that we had questions for her, that she was here, and if we need to, engage in any questions or what have you, she should be here for the full board meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. No further comments from members of the board. Turning to comments from members of the public, Dr. Finney.
If the model suggested by item number 9 is to have these things self-sustaining with the funding not coming through your budget process, I'm wondering what's special about Capital Elementary that requires a completely different model as opposed to just a sixth of the same sort of microcenter. And I would suggest you may want to exhibit some curiosity as members of the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Finney. Any other members of the public? All right, I'll bite. Dr. Griffin, could you please answer Dr. Finney's question?
Thank you. Yes, so one of the things that we have to do as a part of a Ready Start Network is to raise funding. So the funding that we received, we raised $150,000, $100,000 of which came from Wilson Foundation to expand early childhood. We had Academic Distinction Fund for $25,000, Exelon for $25,000. We had some individual donors for $500 to $1,000. The state is actually matching that with the Early Childhood Grant Fund. So while funds last, any money that we raise that is not state or federally funded, they will match us dollar for dollar. Therefore, we're getting $309,000 to put towards this project. This is not coming out of our budget.
Thank you very much. Any further questions from members of the board? Comments? All right, seeing none, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Please vote. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Moving on, item 11, contract, Genuine Parts Company, DBA NAPA Auto Parts. Consideration of a request for the approval of a contract between the East Baton Rouge Parish School Board and Genuine Parts Company, DBA NAPA Auto Parts, to purchase automotive parts and services at a discounted rate. Is there a motion? Mr. Goday, seconded by Mr. Rust. Okay, Mr. Smith, were you going to comment anything about this item? It's a fairly significant one.
We have a presentation if you would
Excellent.
like. We can move forward with it or answer any questions that the board members may have.
Yeah, but I think a brief presentation would be lovely. All right. All right, please, Mr. McCann.
Good evening, colleagues, members of the board, Mr. Smith. I'm John McCann, Interim Chief Operations Officer. I'm here this evening to introduce a PowerPoint presentation that outlines the benefits of engaging with a bus parts purchasing consortium for our school district. I have here with me Mr. Jordan Clements, our Director of Procurement and Purchasing, and Mr. Rob Howard, Interim Administrative Director of Transportation. And of course, Ms. Lopez is also here, who may speak to some financial concerns if needed. I would like to thank Ms. Dana Kelly of our Technology Department, Ms. Keon Brown, Administrative Assistant, to help us in preparing this presentation and the backup documents that you've been provided. As we all know, maintaining a fleet of school buses is a crucial aspect of ensuring safe and reliable transportation for our students. However, the rising cost of bus parts and maintenance has put a strain on our budget and resources. That is why I am proposing the contracting for services with this bus purchasing consortium, which would allow us to leverage our collective purchasing power to secure better prices and discounts in essential bus parts. I invite you to carefully review the information presented in this presentation and consider the benefits of joining this consortium. By taking this proactive step, we can ensure that our school buses will remain in great condition and our students are transported safely and efficiently. Thank you in advance for your attention. We look forward in the near future to provide you additional updates on other initiatives we're working on in transportation, such as tracking bus operator attendance, realignment of staff responsibilities, integrating routing software with our student management system, exploring the use of cameras on our buses, and I can report now we have an in-house GPS technician as part of our plan to make the transportation department more efficient and provide better services to our students and parents. I know we will all work together to make a positive impact on transportation services provided to our students. And as Mr. Smith reminds me often, it's not just a challenge in transportation, it's an opportunity. So as we work to improve efficiencies in our department, with your permission now, we'll have the presentation of the proposal. As you can see, the first slide says, what is the Equalis Group? It's a member-driven, supplier-centric organization that embodies the power of partnership. The company and NAPA Auto Parts is an integrated business solution agreement enables all government entities to purchase automobile parts and services for parts, truck parts, bus parts, and accessories at a considerable discount. Equalis collaborates with lead agencies to deliver compliant, public procured, cooperative agreements that public sector entities across the country can utilize. Membership, EBR has been a member of the Equalis Group for multiple years. Currently, the district utilizes Equalis for purchasing with the following companies: School Specialty Incorporated, Granger, BCI Burke, Global Furniture, and Alumni Class Furniture. More than 50 other Louisiana school districts are also a member of this group. The NAPA Auto Parts Integrated Business Solution is a vendor-managed inventory program that has been established in the marketplace with over 20 years of experience and with a current customer base of over 450 clients in the program. Through the Equalis contract, the Genuine Parts Company, NAPA, will be assigned to Auto Parts and Supplies LLC, which is Louisiana-based and has served the state for over 50 years. There are 13 locations in Louisiana, with 5 of those locations in East Baton Rouge Parish. The district's dedicated IBS management team and service representatives will be entirely local Auto Parts Supplies LLC employees, while Auto Parts and Supplies LLC will become EBR's primary source of vehicle parts. They will continue to utilize local and current vendors with whom the district is currently conducting business. In doing so, Auto Parts and Supplies LLC will monitor pricing to confirm the vendor is providing the best value to the EBR Transportation Department. And finally, the Equalis Group, there is no catch. There is no cost. There is no membership fees or obligations of any kind. Joining Equalis is something like getting a library card. Membership simply ensures EBR has access to the Equalis contract portfolio. EBR decides which contracts to utilize and when. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to entertain those questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCann. All right. Any comments from members of the board? Mr. Rust?
I just have one question. Where do we propose putting this parts shop?
Where the current parts inventory is. Equalis will come in and staff it. They will assume liability for the current parts inventory and provide parts as needed.
Where is that located?
It's in the mechanic shop at the transportation department.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Ms. Sule?
First, thank you so much. I have been wanting to hear about transportation. So I'm glad to hear anything and everything about transportation. And I'm also glad to hear about the things that are coming with transportation. So thank you.
Yes.
And then also, this may sound like a dumb question, so just, entertain me, if you will, on it. But I'm assuming these parts are for the buses and things that we own, not the ones we're leasing?
That's correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Because if we're leasing them, they're taken care
Yeah,
of.
maintenance is included in the lease.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And as we report to Mr. Smith, you'll be getting additional information about the good things that we are doing.
Awesome. I cannot wait to hear all the transportation things.
The intent is to provide an update to the board at July's committee.
Any other questions?
Nope, doesn't look like it. Thank you very much. Any further comments from the board? All right, comments from the public? Any comments from the public on this item? All right, back to the board. Anybody? All right, Madam Secretary, please call the vote.
Thank you.
Please vote. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on. Item C12. Yay. Litigation. Consideration of a request for the approval of the recommendation from Gwen Shamlin, General Counsel, EBR PSB, in the matter of Tremaine M. Sanders versus Emma Davis et al., docket number 690192, Section 21, 19th Judicial District Court, Parish of East Baton Rouge, State of Louisiana. Recommendation for settlement of lawsuit. Is there a motion? Mr. Godet moves. Is there a second? Ms. Stewart moves. All right. Any discussion? All right. Seeing none. Any comments from members of the public? Seeing none. Back to the board. Any final comments from members of the board? Madam Secretary, please vote. Call the vote.
The motion carries.
Excellent. Okay. Item D, next meeting dates, announcements and meetings. Budget committee meeting to be held June 13th, 2024 at 5 p.m. at Capitol Middle. Another budget community meeting to be held June 18th, 2024 at 5 p.m. at Southeast Middle School. Public hearing and board workshop on the budget to be held June 20th, 2024 at 5 p.m. in the central office boardroom. And then the regular meeting to be held June 20th, 2024, immediately following the public hearing / board workshop in the central office boardroom. And our colleague, Ms. Sule, wants to announce an event that's very important, and we appreciate her, all the work she's done for it.
Oh, thanks. Okay, you guys, if you have not heard yet, we meaning the school board, are doing a book drive this summer for the EBR school libraries. So if you have any books in your home that are gently used or new that you think would be great in a school library, pre-K through 12th grade. You can drop those off at any InvestStar bank or buy some on Amazon and drop those off at InvestStar bank. Or you can go to a Barnes & Noble, and they actually have some that Miss Susan Gauthier has said would be good for our school libraries, and you can purchase them there. And then on Saturday, June 22nd, we are going to be doing a fund day. See what we did there with the FUND, fund day. And at both Barnes & Noble locations, there will be different community leaders that will be reading books in the Children's Center, and you can also purchase books that day for the school libraries. There will also be some of our wonderful things that we offer within the school system that will be there on display. And Kendra Scott at the Perkins Row location has jumped in on this. And during the event from 11 to 2, they will be donating part of their the money that comes in during that time to the schools. So I really hope you guys will join us. We've already had quite a few school board members sign up. The mayor signed up to read, a lot of other community members. So come and join us. It's going to be a fun day, and donate some books.
Awesome. Thank you so much for all the energy you put into this, Ms. Sule. It's going to be very exciting. President Powell Lewis, you had something before we leave?
Yes, I know that some of you may not stay for our final meeting. We do have one last meeting tonight, which is one item in regards to the superintendent search and selection process. So I hope that you will stay for that. But I also wanted to mention as well that we have lots of meetings planned for this summer. So with that in mind, I would like to invite my colleagues to say that this is a summer free dress. I hope that you will rep a school in your district, get a t-shirt, a shirt that represents one of your schools in your district. Wear a different one every time that we come to a meeting, so that way you can represent well and make our kids proud. Thank you.
Nope. Thank you very much. All right. Sorry about that. Mr. Goday? Oh, Mr. McCann, yes, you had something?
Yes, personal privilege. To end on a positive note, Ms. Kelly reminded me that the estimated savings for our participation in what you approved is about $500,000 a year. So thought we'd end on a positive.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Mr. McCann. Mr. McCann. All right, Mr. Goday, you want to move for adjournment? All right, we're adjourned. We're going to take 3 minutes, and then we'll be, don't leave. We'll take 3 minutes, and we'll come back for a very brief, hopefully, board meeting.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's 8:32. Oh, Lord. Come on back, people. Come on back. Greetings once again. Tonight is Thursday, June 6th. This is meeting number 4, our special meeting. We now call this meeting to order, and roll call, please.
Don't forget to swap meetings.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that reminder.
That's what I'm trying to do now.
I swapped mine.
Tough crowd.
We're all.
Time to go.
I ate all the fruit.
District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Present.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Present.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Here.
District 2, Mr. Lannis. District 4, Ms. Stewart. District 5, Mr. Lewis. District 6, Mr. Russ.
Present.
District 7, Mr. Goday.
Still here.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay,
Oh, wait.
thank you.
You want to, Mr. Lewis?
Thank you so much. If there is no objection, I would like to ask if we could go ahead and cancel items 2 and 3 due to, no, we cannot?
We can't, you just
Oh,
have
okay.
to do a motion.
Okay, well, that's right. That is what we did the last time. I'm sorry. Okay, well, let's go ahead then. B, items for consideration. Item 1, timeline and process. Consideration of a request to approve the recommendation of the Ad Hoc Committee concerning a timeline and process. Mr. Shamlin.
Yes, President Powell Lewis, says the Ad Hoc Committee took this item and bifurcated it into 2 separate recommendations, even though the agenda reads a certain way. We will consider timeline first as a separate item and process second. And then items 3 and 4, there was no motion made, and so there are no recommendations for those items. You read them into the record, but there will be no motion taken. I'm sorry, 2 and 3. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Okay, so considering, let's go ahead and take item B1A, which would be timeline, consideration of a request to approve the recommendation of the Ad Hoc Committee concerning a timeline. Is there a motion? It has been
So
moved by Ms. Stewart, seconded by Mr. Martin. Comments from the board? Actually, I believe there might be something that we can show on the screen.
Yes, ma'am, they should have the revised, they're trying to pull it up.
Okay, so thank you. So this is the recommendation from the Ad Hoc Committee. There were 2 options that were rendered, and this one was the one that was selected or recommended. And so it's option A, and the action that will be taken is that our consultant SSA will actually close the application window and open the applications for view as of June 10th with confirmation that the applications are complete and redact confidential information by June 11th. They will then send the redacted applications to board members on June 11th. And then also the redacted applications will be posted on our district website on June 12th, look, June 10th, June 12th for the public. And then, okay, thank you. They've got a little smaller there, y'all. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then the agenda will be posted for a special meeting to discuss the application, set interview dates and procedures, and this will be posted on June 14th. The special meeting to be held to discuss the applications, select semifinalists, and set interview dates and procedures will take place on June 18th. And then we will conduct initial interviews virtually and select the finalists on June 20th. There will also be extra time that is allowed for notifications and travel. And on June 26th, that we will host a meet and greet where finalists have an assigned area or table, and members of the public can visit with them over light refreshments, coffee, pastries, etc. Some districts have allowed each finalist 3 to 5 minutes to introduce themselves. This session could be held before the initial interviews, but still in all, this will take place as of June 26th, according to this option. Then there will be live interviews of the finalists on June 27th with selection of the superintendent on July 1st. Comments from the board? Coach Lewis.
Okay, so we're talking about option A, correct? Okay. Before I really get into my question, what's the group that did the interview?
SSA?
No, before that.
Cognia.
Cognia. Where's all that information they collected from the data?
That is actually listed in board
Board
docs.
docs. It's just living on board docs.
Yes.
So do all our citizens in East Baton Rouge, do they have access to board docs?
They do.
Do they know it's living on board docs? Have we done
They
anything
should.
as a district to let them know where that information is?
The last board meeting, we did announce that there
Is
would be
Marlon
placed there.
Kuzan and his people pushing it out to the citizens? Because we paid a lot of money and it's just living on board docs. Why isn't it living on the East, why is it just on board docs?
Okay,
Mr. Lewis,
Mr.
we could-
Shamlin?
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, we can.
Please explain.
Yes, sir. We could work with Mr. Kuzan's group to find out if we've had efforts to push
We
that out.
haven't because it's not being done. And we paid these people $32,000 and we're just gonna take the information and camp it out on board docs.
Yes, sir. And so
It's a
we will.
waste of money.
We'll get you some information on that and we'll find out. And if not, we'll come up with a plan to push that out.
Am I
Okay.
correct in saying in their contract, did we include that they would make a presentation? I don't believe that we included that.
Don't believe
Well,
that.
they made some half-hearted presentations in the community meetings.
No, their final set of results. I don't think
Well,
that we had
whatever
in
it
the
was.
contract.
It wasn't worth $32,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, my second part. Some of the public will be allowed 3 to 5 minutes to introduce themselves. Really? 3 to 5 minutes? And we're talking about picking somebody that's going to run this district? I'm talking about now in option A. Host a meet and greet? Really? Why don't we have a serious sit-down meeting so the public can meet these people?
Make a substitute motion, Coach.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we have some genuine dialogue between the citizens and the people that we choose to possibly become superintendent of this district. Besides a handshake and a cracker for sandwich, I mean, it just burns me up.
Okay. So the substitute motion is that we would actually make I guess an edit to option A to say that we would expand the time of introductions during the meet and greet process. Okay, so thank you so much. Okay, so if you second it and you were the one who made the
first one, I can't.
I'll second it.
Okay, all right.
I'll second it. That's consistent with what we talked about doing anyway.
Perfect. Okay, all right, comments from the board. Mr. Russ.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions on some of the dates. On the 18th, the special meeting to discuss applications. Is that a special meeting of the board? Is that of the ad hoc committee?
That's a special meeting of the board.
Okay.
So the full board will be a part of the process at that time.
We also have a budget community meeting that night at 5 p.m.
So if that is the case, then we may need to either change the date or change the time. So if that is the case, there's a budget meeting on that day?
That's the third one to be at Southeast Middle.
Okay, so that's far away. So then, is June 19th an available date? I know that the 17th is not due to the fact that that's the holiday observance, but the 19th is available. Am I correct?
I don't know what it is.
Girl, you better sell us that phone. I'm sorry.
So I would suggest either we have that before or after that meeting,
Okay.
or we could have it on the, I don't want to push the timeline back further because I think that causes some problems with the rest of it, but we got to come up with a way to,
Okay.
your board's got to be at two places at once, so we need to figure that
Correct.
out. The other question I had was, on the 27th, you've got the live interview of finalists. Is that, what does that look like? Is that the board interviewing the finalists?
That is the
Okay.
board interviewing the finalists.
So, again, I don't know timing on that, if that's like during the day, during the evening. There's a Brett Commission meeting that evening. I've already missed 4 because of our board calendar.
Correct.
My charge is to be at every one, but technically I'm not allowed to miss more than 3. I don't think they can do anything about it, but
Can I
they
address that?
could.
Yes,
They
Mr.
could,
Martin.
but the problem is you couldn't have any other board member there, right? So that, I don't think that they're going to go vote me off, but no board member can be there if they're also doing board work.
Correct.
And so I'd like to be there, so my hope would be we could do that earlier or later or something.
Okay, so thank you so much. What I would like to add to that as well is, I know that in option B, we talked about earlier in the ad hoc committee meeting, having the live interviews on the 28th. Here is what we're running into in regards to this timeline is, number one, as we said before, June 17th is a holiday observance for Juneteenth, and then June 28th is a Friday, and the district is closed every Friday during the summer. However, if we had to, we could entertain those live interviews of finalists on the 28th and be able to, and I've already checked with Mr. Shamlin on this, be able to work a level of flex time for those who have to be out here to support us.
Well, and could I add one point to that, Madam President? One of the things that we did is specifically asked SSA consultants to come to propose to us early next week a more comprehensive and fleshed out schedule for the finalist interviews, which is the interviews you're talking about, so that, and with the understanding that's going to be a longer affair. It's not just going to be, okay, well, we have 1 hour with the candidates or whatever. So I think there will be, I think that there'll be a lot of flexibility in terms of scheduling on that exact day. I think we all better set aside that whole day to do things, but I think there'll be flexibility to make sure you can participate. And we'll make sure that
That's
Ms.
all I'm
Slaughter
asking. Just,
is aware of the
I
Breck
know we
meeting.
don't have times and all this, but there's things I want to make sure that we're considering. Thanks.
Coach Lewis, we need you to come back. You made a motion. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Russ. Mr. Gode.
Yes, thank you. Couple of points. Timeline again, June 20th, live or virtual interviews. Is that SSA doing that, or is that us doing that?
That would be us doing that.
Because we have a board meeting on the 20th.
Correct.
And so we're running into all kinds of things. And, you know, I'm trying to be kind in this, but we've had 5.5 months. And this is absolutely the most important decision we make as a board. And I'm feeling very pushed up against the wall with timing. One of the things that I think isn't appreciated is the amount of time that the last board took checking references and making calls to the people listed in references and things like that. And this timeline looks extremely tight in order to be able to do those kinds of things. The other thing I've heard, we got to have a superintendent here to get ready for the next school year. I don't buy that for an instant, because anything that's going to happen at the beginning of August, having a new superintendent even at the beginning of July will not impact what happens in August.
He won't have his team in place. All those things are not in place. So to me, that's not a big consideration. And with the limit on Mr. Smith on July 23rd, I believe it is, there are options around that. And so to me, it's much more important to get this right than to get it on a timeline. And I just feel that this is much too compressed. I think that these interviews ought to happen after the July 4th holiday, where we can talk through it. And just as an instance, what we did in the last one, and I hate to keep going back, but what we did in the last one is that we had a full day with the candidates. We had 2 finalists. Both finalists came in and they spent a full day with community members. We had 4 sessions, 2 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon for each candidate. They went simultaneously. We had 1 session for employees, 2 sessions for community groups, and 1 session for business groups. Now, the sessions were open to everybody, but those were the focus of those. So we had a full day of 4 hour-and-a-half sessions for each of the candidates to go through that. And then we had the next day. And you have to have the community sessions right up next to the candidate final interviews, because they got to travel here to do that. So I think the schedule is too compressed, too tight, not giving impact for July 4th holiday and things like that. And we have options, because I've checked with the legality of it. We can hire someone as a permanent superintendent with a 1-day notice of cancellation on his contract. And so if we need to have a stand-in person to have someone with the title of a permanent superintendent, we can do that. We can make Mr. Finney or anybody permanent superintendent, and he can sit in that chair, and then in 1 day, we can say, okay, we got enough, we have a new superintendent coming, and he's gone. So I don't want us feeling we have a gun to our head, because a new superintendent is not going to impact the start of school in any way, shape, or form. And we don't have to have that chair filled permanently in a manner that it has to be the long-term permanent solution. I'm all for doing that, if we can, but doing it right and getting the right person is much more important than that. And to me, we've wasted months getting to this point. And so if I got to abstain because I don't like where we are and don't feel we have someone else, I'm not voting for someone just because we have to vote for them. So I don't like this schedule. I think it's much too compressed. It doesn't give us enough time to do the background checks that we need to do, the reference checks that we need to do. Hell, and last time I talked to the union reps where these people were coming from, I talked to their people who used to work for them. I talked to people in their state, LDOE, in their equivalent of LDOE, and all these kinds of things. That's the kind of background and things that need to be done here. This is not allowing for that sort of thing. So I understand the need for urgency and the need for getting there, but I think this is overemphasizing the urgency. And I think we're going to need some more time so that those final interviews with the community and the board happens after July 4th. Because I don't think we have time to fully vet these in an appropriate manner to that time. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Ms. Ulay.
I was just going to recommend that, or ask, I was actually going to ask, not recommend. Can we meet at Southeast after the community meeting? Like, can we have the meeting there?
Mr. Shamlin, that may be a question for you.
I think the board, yes, it's possible.
Conduct interviews?
Yes.
Like, whatever we have that,
We would have to,
Conduct interviews.
we would have to charge staff, we'd have to look at the possibility of setting up
Special meeting to discuss applications.
for a public meeting in that location, which requires some setup and effort from staff. So we'd have to talk to IT and make sure that, we have the capacity at that site. I don't know if we've held a public meeting there before, Southeast.
yeah, that's where our meeting is that
for that
night,
night, yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
But in terms of the board meeting, we would have to check with IT just to make sure we could have our the entire infrastructure set up for broadcast, et cetera.
Yeah, just if we were trying to keep with the schedule.
Right.
that that might be something to consider.
Okay. Okay, so before we go any further, tell me this, does the timing of the fact that it's 8:52, does that apply to us tonight? Okay, so what needs to take place?
If needed, a motion to extend the meeting should happen now.
Everybody got to vote in favor.
So unanimous vote, so, okay, questions?
I'll move.
Okay.
Move that we extend the time.
Okay, so Mr. Martin moves that we extend the time. Okay, it has been seconded by Mr. Gode. Comments from the board at this time. Ms. Stewart, would you like to speak at this moment?
Not about this.
Okay, and the same for me, I'm in the queue, but it's not in regards to the extended time. Mr. Martin, okay? All right, comments from the public. Dr. Finney.
It's long past time to abandon the stupid policy that forces you into these extension discussions every time. And wouldn't it be interesting if at least one of you votes no? Thank you.
I thought you were going to say you wanted to be superintendent.
Okay, seeing that we've heard comments from the public, comments from the board at this time, any who would like to speak in regards to the extension of time? Okay, all right, we will now entertain a vote.
Please vote.
Madam Secretary, can we do a roll call because I've put my computer away?
Yes, sir.
Roll call works for me.
District 1, Mr. Blue.
Yes.
District 2, oh, sorry. District 3, President Powell Lewis.
Yes.
District 4, Ms. Stewart.
Yeah.
District 5, Mr. Lewis.
Yes.
District 6, Mr. Russ.
Yay.
District 7, Mr. Gode.
Yes.
District 8, Ms. Sule.
Yes.
District 9, Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, so going back to item B1 in our board comments, Ms. Stewart.
I just wanted to make a comment to my fellow colleague, Mr. Gode. When we were discussing earlier the Ad Hoc Committee, when we were asking about comments, I would have appreciated some of those sentiments that you just spoke about now if we would have known those earlier to incorporate some of those things, because as some of the new board members, and especially those on the Ad Hoc Committee, some of the process and procedures that you guys participated in last superintendent search, of course, we weren't aware of. And so the decision that we made was based off of what we knew and what we felt like was the right thing to do. But after hearing you and some of the sentiments as far as how that search went, I do feel like some of those things should have been incorporated so that we could be able to have done those. But with that being said, I just wish we would have had those sentiments first. That's all.
May I have an ability to just respond just for a second? I fully agree, and I was trying not to step on the toes of the Ad Hoc Committee, but all of that information has been passed on forward to the board leadership about how that search went and how the timelines and all of that has been given.
Thank you. I've entered into the queue as well. So I will say this, I am okay with whatever we decide, but in reality, if we think back, so January were the transitions. February, we were starting our standing committees and task force and all those different things, setting up new structures. Between the end of February and March, we attempted to start this process with community engagement because we want to make sure that we incorporate the public. I understand that there are some of us who are incumbents. I understand that that may not have been the process the last time, but I do understand as well that I don't know about anybody else, but I believe Mr. Martin, my vice president, brought the item for community engagement. And although I did not bring the item, I chose this to run for this seat because I'm a teacher who teaches government and I'm a parent. And I feel like everybody should be able to have their voice. We attempted to move speedily with having an organization to actually lead the community engagement. My colleagues came back and said we needed to entertain an RFQ. We knew exactly how long that was going to take. It took about a solid month for us to be able to get through that process, just so that we could get to community engagement. We wanted to be fair, because we have some of our public commenters who talk about ADA compliance and live streaming. So we made sure we had 3 public meetings in different parts of the district. We also made sure that we had virtual meetings. We also made sure that we entertained the business community. All the things and all the people that we say that we want, number one, support from, or we're here to support. Then from there, we had to go through the application process. In the midst of all of that, the first person I called myself in regards to this application process was Michael Goday. We met. I asked him what was the process the last time. He gave me an overview. He referred me to JG Consulting and what they had on board docs. The level of comment that has been made today, I agree with Ms. Stewart, should have been made in March when I sat down with Mr. Goday. Then I came back and I sat down again with Mr. Goday and Mr. Ballou. And I asked the same thing of how did it take place before? I sat down with my little pink tablet, writing down stuff. All of my colleagues should know about my little pink tablet because I carry it everywhere, so that way I can keep everything in the same place. So we can't say we didn't know. We can't say that you wasn't asked. All these things were asked. July 23rd. We can do whatever we want to do. In my colleague's words, Coach Lewis, he says each one of us is only one vote. We can choose somebody for a day. We can choose them for a month. We can choose them for 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Not at all. Whatever the case is, it's going to end up in the news. So what are we really arguing over? Is it somebody that we need to see apply that hadn't applied yet? I'm just trying to understand. Because nobody's supposed to know who all applied so far. But what are we arguing over? Are we arguing over the timeline being too short or too long? Because the statement has been that the timeline was too long, but I've been asking the questions. Just trying to understand something for somebody. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. I'm going to support the substitute motion. We have to move forward. Is it the perfect ideal timeline? No, for some of the reasons that Coach Lewis mentioned, and that's why I support the substitute motion. That's why we talked in the ad hoc search committee meeting that we expect our consultant, Ms. Slaughter, to propose to us early next week a more comprehensive plan for the second stage of interviews, right, which is the interviews that you're talking about, Mr. Goday. And quite frankly, what we vote here tonight is not necessarily locked in stone. We need to set in stone the initial timeline to make that initial semifinalist selection. If we come to the 18th, we got to shift it to the 19th or whatever. But we come to the 18th and we have to say, you know what, we need to push the finalist interviews out a little bit as we've refined it. We can do that on the 18th. We don't need to get all that resolved tonight. I think passing the substitute motion gets us what we need to do to get moving, and we will let our professional, Ms. Slaughter, recommend the details consistent with the general public sentiment and the board sentiment that we need a very full engagement of both the board and the public with adequate time, absolutely, to check for references and whatnot at the back end.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments from the board, we will now turn to comments from the public. Ms. Matthews.
I would just like to reassure Ms. Stewart and Madam President that in the last process, even though they may have called the last board and the principals, guess what those answers were? Don't hire him. But they still did, didn't they? They ain't listened. The Tennessee board members, guess who they were on the phone with constantly? Me, Don, all of them. Baby, I still got them emails. Watch for this. Well, okay, I digress. Let me move on. So, all of that doesn't matter now. I appreciate what Madam President and Vice President have attempted to do. You're not going to make everybody happy. We just need to move forward with the timeline and do check the references, but listen, especially when the former bosses say don't hire them, and if they're not hireable and they can't keep a job longer than a year and 5 months. Thank you.
Dr. Finney. Dr. Finney.
Thank you. 3 quick points. First, I share Coach Lewis's concern that I had no idea until I saw a text message thread earlier this week that the Cognia's final report had somehow appeared in the depths of board docs, never to be seen unless somebody knew to ask for it. That's a problem. If that's a report that was produced, it should have been shared and announced widely. Second point, you have already announced that there will be a community meeting to talk about the budget on June 18th, I'm sorry. It would be completely irresponsible for you to pass this or any other motion that puts a board meeting at any location on that same evening. If you're going to have a community meeting to talk about the budget, have a community meeting to talk about the budget, and you already announced that you're going to have a community meeting to talk about the budget. Why in the world do 2 days matter? If you're going to be meeting here on the 20th anyway, do whatever you need to do with regard to the superintendent search then. And the third item, Mr. Gaudet, I accept.
Thank you, Superintendent Finney. I appreciate it. Okay, so seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. I have entered into the queue. I will first of all apologize myself for not requesting that we have in the contract for Cognia for them to present their findings. And so, of course, at the last meeting on May 23rd, we were supposed to be adding that report for information only. And I believe that we did make the announcement that it was placed on board docs, but at the same time, I take the hit for that because I did not request that they make their report or make a presentation of their reportings. But it is there on board docs from the May 23rd meeting. So please, 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 ma'am, and please, sir, again, I apologize for that. Okay, any other comments from the board? Seeing none, if we can read what the motion is once again.
A substitute motion to approve the recommendation of option A from the Ad Hoc Committee concerning a timeline and to allow for additional public involvement and interaction.
Okay, and if I could ask a question before we vote on this, is in regards to location, is that something that we have to vote on?
Well, our policy actually determines all of our meetings will occur at this physical location unless the board sets or votes on some alternative location. So at some point, the board may need to determine if we're going to have it at a secondary location, we may need to consider that. And so that's something we can look at, but I don't know that you'd have to call that tonight, or you'd have to call a special meeting to set a special meeting at a different location.
Okay, so then my question is, when we had the meeting at the PDC for transportation, we had a special vote on that?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
But because of the size of the audience anticipation, it was
Okay.
set at a different location.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, please include finalists because it says finalists in the original. I'm not looking at it. Read it exactly how it's worded, Carla.
He want the whole thing.
Okay,
like, you
and
know,
I
the
can't
whole
see it.
thing added with like,
I shut my computer down. I can't see
he
it.
can't see it.
And
Like the whole, the changes that I guess he made initially.
okay,
The only
and
thing
she's
we
going to
did
have to
was
pull it
add
up.
more time to he, you know, to-
Okay,
I think I remember it was like,
But in the language,
they made the
in
edit
the
to
original language, it does say finalists, correct?
yes, but
Okay.
if you pull it up, we can see it.
You're referring to the motion that you made?
Yes, sir.
Better yet, Mr. Shamlin, can you guys read just the edits that we made, I guess, out to everyone, please? Because I can't see it on my screen.
Right, well, first, I think Mr. Lewis is requesting that he wants to modify or amend his motion to include public interaction with finalists.
he just wanted to make sure, I'm sorry. He just wanted to make sure that that was written in the motion, which it
Yes.
is, because he didn't have his computer up, and I was telling him that it was.
Yes, it
But he
is.
wanted you to read it in its entirety just to make sure, because he didn't have his computer up.
Okay.
But it does indicate the finalists, that those interviews would be with the finalists.
I'm good with it then.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Still, will you read the motion for us?
Substitute motion to approve the recommendation of option A from the Ad Hoc Committee concerning a timeline and to allow for additional public involvement and interaction with finalists.
Okay, thank you. We will now entertain a vote.
It's gonna have to be roll call.
Okay, roll call.
Mr. Blue,
Yes.
President Powell Lewis,
Yes.
Ms. Stewart. Yeah. Mr. Lewis,
Yes.
Mr. Russ,
Yay.
Mr. Godey,
Yes.
Ms. Sule,
Yes.
Vice President Martin.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Okay, we will now read the other two items into record. Okay,
You have to read in the process.
read in the process.
Consider the process, adoption of
Thank
the
you.
process, yes.
Thank you. All the terms, we need a dictionary. Okay, so candidate travel, consideration of a request to,
Oh, we knew the process, we did the time.
oh, thank you, that process.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Russ. Okay, so B1B, which would be process, consideration of a request to approve the recommendation of the Ad Hoc Committee concerning a process. Is there a motion? It has been moved by Ms. Stewart. Is there a second?
I'll second.
It has been seconded by Mr. Martin. And if we can, is it possible for us to pull up that process? Okay, oh wow, that's nice. Okay, so it says, process for the selection of candidates for round one of interviews for superintendent. And you all, just to share, this slide didn't look like this for the ad hoc committee. That's why I said it looks nice. Following a review of the applications, each board member will nominate up to 5 names on the form provided by the board secretary. Next, the board president will read the nominations into the record. Then the next part of the process will be that the board secretary and consultant will tally the nominations and announce the results. And then finally, from these results, the board will invite all candidates receiving a minimum of 3 nominations to proceed to round 1 of interviews. If no candidate receives a minimum of 3 nominations, the 5 candidates will proceed to round 1 of the interviews. And of course, this is just the process in regards to round 1. Okay, so we've received the motion from Ms. Stewart and seconded from Mr. Martin. Comments from the board. Mr. Lewis.
That was.
Okay, Mr. Martin.
I was just going to highlight the point you just made, which is this is just the process to get to the semifinalist stage, not to get to the finalist stage, which will be much more elaborate and which Ms. Slaughter will be working on proposing for us.
Thank you so much. Okay, seeing no further comments from the board, public comment at this time. Okay, Ms. Duggan. And don't forget to turn in a card.
I will turn in a card. Just a suggestion in terms of the timeline and the process. Could not the board, and this is directed at general counsel, could not the board authorize the board president to set the location of the new meeting so that you don't have to come back for a special in between this and the next special? Just a recommendation so that we can all have a little bit more free time. If you could authorize the board president to make that decision as a part of this process, then you don't have to come back for another special between now and the special.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Would you like to answer?
Yeah, that's a great idea. So what we could do in this motion is to amend that motion to basically give authority to the board president to determine a location for any of the meetings as part of this process. Sure, yes, we can.
And can I suggest a friendly amendment to the motion to add an authorization to the board president to set a location for the June 18th special meeting?
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that being a friendly amendment, there's no need for a second?
Ms. Stewart's okay with that?
All right,
Okay.
okay, thank you. Dr. Finney?
I would hope the board president would not exercise that discretion because you have a,
Don't forget to turn in your card.
because you have a policy to meet at this location. And you should have a good reason to deviate from the policy, and I don't think a lack of planning is a good reason. But the reason I got up here is the last bullet point on this slide. The top 5 candidates will proceed to round 1 of interviews. What if there's a tie for 5th place?
Thank you. Seeing no further public comment, we will now return to comments from the board. And I did not attempt to enter the queue. Okay, any further comments from the board at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will now entertain a vote.
A roll call vote? Oh, he's up, all right.
Say what now? No, you good.
You can change it. District 1, Mr. Blue.
Okay, so we're doing a roll call?
Oh, he's up? Oh,
He's
go
up,
ahead.
yeah.
Please vote. The motion carries.
All right, so it didn't, well, okay, all right. Well, thank you. So we're now to B2, candidate travel, consideration of a request to approve the recommendation of the ad hoc committee concerning candidate travel. Again, we have, there is no recommendation, okay? All right, so then we move on to item 3, interviews, consideration of a request to approve the recommendation of the ad hoc committee concerning the nature of round 1 interviews. There was no recommendation. Okay, considering Coach Lewis or Mr. Gode. Okay, we are adjourned. Have a good night, everyone.